As Councillor Soft McVeigh, I'm chairing the meeting today, and I have no interest to declare. And can I please remind everybody this is a public meeting, and the majority of it is going to be streamed live, but we'll come to that in a moment. The purpose of today's meeting is twofold: to review the interim steps and decide whether it's appropriate for suspension to remain in place. And we are reviewing the premises Jayco, Basement 1A, Kensington High Street, W8. And the second aspect is for the committee to consider whether it's appropriate and proportionate to take any steps to promote the licensing objectives. So the committee today comprises of my fellow councillors. If you could please introduce yourself and any declarations of interest.
Yes, I'm Councillor Charles Williams, and I have no interest to declare.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Pat Healy. I represent Dalgarno Ward, and I have no interest to declare.
Thank you. And it is a review application. The Metropolitan Police have applied for a summary review of the Jayco licence, as they consider the premises is associated with serious crime and serious disorder. The interim steps hearing took place on the 14th of January 2022, when the committee suspended the licence with immediate effect. So the committee today has the power to take a range of steps, which include modifying the conditions of the current licence, excluding the sale of alcohol from the scope of licence, removing the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the licence, to revoke the licence, or to take no action. And the committee notes that the police have asked for the licence to be revoked, and we will get to that as we go through the hearing. As there are many parties in the room today, if I could please ask you to introduce yourself, please. So first of all, we'll start with legal.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Heidi Titcombe, and I'm the legal advisor to the committee.
And then we'll start with the police. The police, please.
Good morning, Madam. My name is James Rankin. I represent the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, and with me is Ian Davis.
Thank you. And then the licensing, the environmental health, please.
Hi, yes, Philip Richardson from the Noise and Nuisance team.
David Williams, Licensing Enforcement, RBKC.
Laura McGann, Licensing Enforcement, RBKC.
Thank you. And then the supporters of the review are the residents. So if you could please introduce yourselves.
Board Panel Chair, Queensgate, and also a resident.
I'm Linda Hamilton. I'm Chair of Kensington Court Residents Association. This is my husband.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we also have with us the licensing.
Thank you. Sharon Dybel from the licensing team. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have the premises license holder. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Vittorio Di Bello, and I am the license holder of the Jayco, the venue.
My name is Nick Yeo. I'm counsel for the premises today.
Lana Trigger from LT Law, the licensing solicitor.
Michael Watson, and I'm a licensing consultant for the premises.
Costa Scali, and I'm going to be stepping in as the new licensee.
I'm Flavia Di Bello. I'm the new director.
Hello, I'm Francesco Di Bella, and I will be the support director of the operation.
Also just coming forwards is Wayne Thomas from Get Security, the incoming security company.
Thank you. And the people in the back, in the gallery, what's your role here? Are you just observing? Okay, understood. Thank you. I will run through the procedure for this meeting because we actually have some video evidence. And Ms. McGann, do you want to just talk to us about your thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's some footage that I've provided that I believe everyone has been party to, but I would have some issues with it being shown, or I ask that it's not shown publicly. Obviously within the parties of the police, the licensing, noise and the operators, because they have been party of the footage because it's on CCTV, but residents and the public viewing, I wouldn't feel it should be shown. It's some vulnerable situations with females in there, and compromising situations as well.
So can I please ask all parties here if that is okay by them, that it will definitely not be live streamed, which I think is fine. I'm getting a nod from governance here that anything shown on this screen will not be live streamed, so that's fine. But then when we get to your particular footage, if we could ask the residents to leave the room, is that what you are asking? And any parties at the back that are not directly involved to leave the room?
Yes, please, Chair.
So do all parties agree with that? Police, do you agree with that?
So, I'm very sorry, but we can't hear really what's being said on the other side. I can hear you, so I don't really know what I'm agreeing to. Sorry.
Sorry, the microphones are a little bit temperamental. So the licensing officers, Ms. Laura McGann, has asked that we're showing some quite sensitive CCTV footage, which obviously cannot be screened publicly, which I think all parties are in agreement of. But we would also like any other parties, the residents and the people at the back, to leave the room when it is being shown as well. And we're wondering if you're in agreement with that. Okay, thank you. So you're in agreement with that. Are the police in agreement with that?
Yes, Madam, I am in agreement with that, and I was going to make the same application. I've got a 13-minute video, which needs to be shown in private as well.
Understood, thank you. The premises, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, we're happy with that course.
Fine, and then we're all together. Committee? Okay, understood about the CCTV. Thank you. So when we get to that, we'll have to ask various people to leave the room. Thank you. Yes, so please, if anyone can't hear, please put their hand up because we do have some issues with these microphones. So the procedure of the meeting is that Ms. Dybel from licensing will give a brief outline of the application, and then we'll go to the police case and Mr. Ranking will do his submission on behalf of the police. And then we'll go to environmental health and Mr. Richardson will do his submission on behalf of environmental health, which is also called noise and nuisance. And then the licensing authority, the licensing officers will be Ms. McGann to do the submission, thank you. And then we will have submission by supporters of the review, which will be residents, and you will do your submission. We try to keep everything a roughly equal time. In the past it has been 10 minutes, but because of the CCTV, it'll probably be a lot longer than that. And after each party has given their submission, the committee will ask questions, and then the license premises holder can then ask questions as well. But those four different parties will not ask questions of each other, because you're all on the kind of the same side, if that makes sense. And then we move to submissions by the premises license holder, which will be Mr. Yeo. And then likewise questions will be asked of him. And then we will turn to legal. Ms. Titcombe will then bring up any matters. And then the committee will adjourn to make their decision in a closed session. But as this is probably going to be quite lengthy, we will have probably an adjournment halfway through before we get to that. People have been asking about times. Residents, we will hopefully get to you before lunch. That is our plan. We can't guarantee it. And we'll probably have a break at some point. Right, so without further ado, I think we're going to get going. So, Mr. Abel, if you'd like to outline the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. As you've said, we're here to consider the application for a summary review of the premises licence for JCO 1A Kensington High Street. You have before you the bound agenda papers, which everybody should have a copy of, and then there is a further bundle of documents numbered 1 to 19 which have been submitted by the applicant, and we also have an outline of the submissions to be made by Mr. Yeo, counsel for the business. The summary review is a fast-track process available to the police to review a licence which is associated with serious crime, serious disorder, or both. The trigger incident for the review was a large-scale fight on the 9th of January this year involving customers of JCO, which resulted in 3 people being stabbed and a number of arrests. The police have also cited some other incidents of violence associated with customers of the premises. The Noise and Nuisance Team and Licensing Authority are here in support of the review, and they have cited further issues with the premises and concerns regarding noise, breaches of licence conditions, high levels of intoxication among some of their female clientele, and general poor management. In addition, we have 8 letters of support from local residents and residents associations, and again, these are in support of the review and the revocation of the licence. All of these documents are included in the main bundle agenda papers at various appendices. The licensee's response and their supporting evidence has been circulated to all parties prior to the meeting. As you've already stated, both the police and licensing officers intend to present video evidence in support of their case, and copies of this evidence has been given to the licensee in advance of the hearing. Lastly, at the time that the report was drafted, an application was pending to specify Mr. Costas Carli as the new DPS, just to confirm that that application has since been granted, and so the licence is about to be reissued showing Mr. Carli as the new DPS. That is the summary of this application. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I think that was very clear. I think we'll move on to the police case now with Mr. Rankin. And please let us know when you wish the room to be emptied as well. Thank you.
I'll do that. I'm pleased to note that I'm in front of the same committee that sat on the 14th of January, and knowing this committee as I do, I know that you will have read in some detail the papers, and so my submissions can be brief. We were all agreed on the 14th of January that what took place on the 9th of January amounted to serious crime and serious disorder, and so the position that the operators of the premises took was not to resist our application for an interim step suspension. And so the premises have been closed since the 14th of January. The events of the 9th of January will be fresh in your mind. It involved an incident where 3 people were stabbed. The events took place at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and the police position is that all of those events were preventable. When you view the CCTV shortly, you will see that the 4 suspects in the stabbings all entered the premises after 1 a.m. in the morning. The magic about 1 a.m. is that there is a condition which prevents the premises permission to persons after 1 o'clock in the morning. And so in breach of that condition, these 4 people appear. They're not searched, and that's another breach of the condition. And only one of them has his details put through the ID scanner, and that's another breach. And so when Mr. Yeo says that Mr. De Bello didn't cause the serious criminality outside. We accept entirely that he didn't place the knives into the hands of the people that did action the criminality outside. But certainly it was facilitated by those failures in management. The event on the 9th of January was a promoted event, and the police had discussions with Mr. De Bello during the process of engagement on the 7th of December previous. And concerns had been raised by the police, particularly Mr. Davis, because the demographic of those that were attending these premises was unsatisfactory. And they were people who had come from a particular social demographic. And the result of that was that there had been systematic incidents of violence that had taken place in the preceding months and year. There is noted in the application to review reference made to incidents on the 6th of December 2021, the 17th of September 2021, the 28th of August 2021, and the 4th of December 2020. And that the police are of the view that all of those were promoted events. It was accepted at the last hearing that the premises, in order to maintain cash flow, were holding some 5 or 6 externally promoted events per month. Very briefly then, the 9th of January was in 2 parts. The first part was the fight outside at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the police are still investigating, but they have a number of suspects and a number of people have been bailed. Certainly for the offences of... So please, it's not me. For the offences of assault police and assault on the emergency worker, the police attended at the premises some 10 minutes after the fight had started. And it's the view that we take on examining the Chris and the Cads that the incident was not called in by the premises, it was called in by the local ambulance service, or the London Ambulance Service. The stage that the police arrived involved 10 males standing over one of the victims, and they were resolute in their refusal to leave the police to do their work. There was criminal damage to a police car for which charges were brought, and charges for assault police. And then the second part of this incident involved around the corner, and you'll be familiar with Kensington Court, where all of these residents come from, where some 15 to 20 individuals, all associated with the premises, were assaulting each other with belts, and it was thought that one of those had a knife, and a number of arrests were made in relation to that. I should say this about the door staff, because the view that the Commissioner takes is that on the night in question, the door staff did sterling work. You'll see it on the television. They are relentless in attempting to quell the disorder that takes place outside. And I know that it's sometimes fashionable for an operator who's faced with a review to suggest that the door team were at fault. And Mr. Yeo repeats that mantra in his submission and says that the existing security companies implicated them in the lack of compliance at the premises. It's been removed and replaced with Get Security. When we view this CCTV, and I'm going to ask you to do that now, keep an eye on how the door staff are approaching the business of people being admitted to the premises after 1 o'clock, and the circumventing of the necessity for use of the ID scanner. When we interrogated the ID scanner, we were able to discern that some 60 people had been admitted to the premises after 1 o'clock in the morning. And there seems to be dialogue between the door staff who seem to be suggesting to Mr. De Bello, and it's maybe just a question of impression and interpretation, that these 4 individuals that went on to commit the stabbings should not have been admitted, and it appears that they were overruled. That said, can we now clear the chamber for those who are not permitted to view what is about to take place?
In light of efficiency, would it also, whilst we are watching the police, if we could straight away then watch the licensing video, even though you haven't had a chance to talk about it first? Because we don't want people kind of being jack in the boxes, coming backwards and forwards, if that's all right. Would that work, governance? Heidi, legally, fine?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, and also I just want to let everyone know that obviously the committee has seen, I believe, all of the CCTV footage you are going to show us already, but it would be very good to watch it together. Mr. Rankin, how long is the CCTV footage we're looking at?
13 minutes.
13, and licensing?
It's just over 20 minutes, but I'll show about 4 to 5 minutes of it.
5 minutes, so it's a good 20 minutes until you'll be back. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing this. Thank you everyone for going away and coming back. So I just want to recap very briefly for those, but mainly the residents, what you missed. We had the police CCTV camera footage of the 9th of January showing outside in the streets what happened on the incident. And we also had clarification that we understand that the premises did not make a 999 call to the police. And we looked at late entrance after the allowed time, which may have been linked to the incident or may not, but categorically the people in the street involved in the incident were definitely from JCO. So that's what we saw. And then we also had Ms McGann's licensing CCTV footage. We had various nights looked at. We looked at October the 21st at 3:30, 21st of November at 3:30, 29th of November, which has been well, on the 21st there was a fight outside, but we were looking at the internal CCTV where they were letting people in late and also bypassing the scanner. And then we had some quite disturbing footage of the CCTV in the garden area, where we had on December the 3rd potential cannabis rolling, on December the 2nd potential cannabis smoking, and then on the 14th we had 3 incidences of very intoxicated females, with 4 paramedics having to attend to one of them being removed and 2 other females needing assistance. The footage started at 2 a.m. and ended at 3 a.m. So that is what you have seen. Now we're going to return to the police, who are going to continue with their submission. Thank you.
I'm just going to close my case by making 3 submissions. The first is this, that Mr. De Bello was standing on the door of his premises on the 9th of January, some 4 days after he passed a BII-AB course, Level 3 award for designated premises supervisors, and you'll see that certificate on page 123. The second point is this, that we note in the submissions that the children of Mr. De Bello are being put forward as the new directors of the company, and we say that looking in the round, it's fanciful to suggest that Mr. De Bello has no, or will have no, operational role in the future. And then the third point is this: you have a range of options available to you today. One of those is revocation. And the way that Mr. Davis positions it in his final submission at page 41 is this: however, police will be guided accordingly, but unfortunately request the licensing subcommittee to consider revocation of the premises license in these circumstances and to deter other operators. So that's our position. You have the ability to revoke this license, and you have other powers. So those are my submissions.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn to questions. I'm going to first of all turn to fellow committee members for questions.
Yes, my first question actually is really for Ms. Tickham, referring to your very last comment, Mr. Rankin. I mean, is it right in law and according to the guidance that we should be making a decision in order to deter others? I mean, it seems, I was slightly surprised to see that statement.
There are 2 cases on that. The first is East Lindsey District Council and Abu Hanif. It's a 2008 case where Mr. Justice Jay said this, that the function that you have is a prospective function. It's a consideration of what is warranted in the public interest, having regard to the twin considerations of prevention and deterrence. And then the second case on that is the Queen against Bassett law. the Queen on the application of Bassett Law District Council against Worksop Magistrates Court. That's 2008, where Mr. Justice Wade said that deterrence is a proper consideration in the context of licensing review. So it's perfectly permissible to have an eye on the question of deterrence.
Ms. Titcombe.
Yes, thank you. I do agree with what Mr. Rankin has said, and also in the guidance, paragraph 11.26, which is on page 175 of the main committee papers, at the end says the licensing authority's duty is to take steps with a view to the promotion of the licensing objectives in the interests of the wider community and not those of the individual licence holder. So it is well established that you can take into account the deterrence factor.
Thank you. Now, another question, this is my only one for Mr. Rankin. You stated that all of the, on each of the occasions listed in the police submission, there was a promoted event. But I think they were all sort of slightly different. Perhaps you could expand a bit on that.
Yes, we know that for certain the 9th of January was a promoted event. And we know for certain that the 17th of September was a promoted event. And we know also this, that it was admitted by the operator at the interim step hearing that they were doing 6 to 7 promoted events per month. I cannot say, and perhaps the licensee can help us, whether the 6th of December was a promoted event. I think that was a private event.
Yeah, I didn't think.
Yes. And I cannot say that the 28th of August 21 was promoted, nor that the 4th of December 20 was promoted, but the licensees can help us on that.
Yes, could you sort of explain what you consider is a promoted event?
So a promoted event is when you get an external, there are two forms of promoted event. One is the internal one, where you have an in-house promoter, a lady or gentleman that is in the business of selling the club to outside entities, corporations, people that want to host exhibitions, people that want to have birthday parties and the like. And then you have an external promoter, which was what was happening here. You've got an external promoter who's got a posse of people in his address book, and he, for a cut of the door, will promise to provide X number of people. And they use their own DJs, and it's their own customers that they bring to a set of premises.
No questions? I've asked no. That's about the question. I've asked my question about the 909 call, and I suppose this is a question for you, PC and Davis. Just in general, with your many years of experience in the borough, review of the event of 9th of January in terms of scale. Could you just elaborate a bit, please?
Yeah, just for clarity, it's probably one of the worst that I've seen, but then on the flip side, it was a staggering effort by the SIA staff to deal with the patrons. Some would have backed off somewhat. I think our primary concern is that there's been, especially around RBKC licence enforcement, a lot of engagement with the premises to kind of stop or mitigate risk in relation to such an event. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances. It's kind of a little too late in my humble opinion.
Thank you. And just to clarify, those who didn't see the CCTV, there was some guys, the SAA in their fluorescent vests, really trying to intervene with the people fighting in the street and being very brave, I thought. Thank you for that. I have no further questions. Mr.
Can I just ask one question? The premises licence holder, they have suggested a number of measures to the committee that they could take, including continuing the suspension for 2 months for a temporary period and then having a 1 o'clock licence until May. And they've suggested adding an array of conditions to it. Does that give you any confidence that they will be complied with, or that would address the issues that has been revealed in your evidence?
Well, we remark only that there were 57 conditions on the old licence, or rather the existing licence, 4 of which were comprehensively breached. It's a matter for you whether you have the confidence in the new management and the new team and the new promises as to whether they will bear fruit. Mr. Davis, do you have anything to add on that?
Thank you. Licensed premises? Questions? So now the licensed premises holders can ask questions to the police, but questions only.
Thank you. Yes, there are 3 main matters of clarification, please. On the topic, I'd like to ask Mr. Davis on the topic of calling of the police. It seems from what we've seen that the emergency services were on the scene very promptly on the 9th of January, and it's quite plain that staff appeared on the video to be very busy in terms of dealing with the matters arising. But can I ask you, more generally, would you agree with this, that this is a premises that, looking at past incidents in particular, has a good history of cooperating with police and calling police to incidents as they arise?
The premises, excuse me, the premises have called police historically in relation to incidents that have been investigated, but there's been, I dare say, instances where police have not been called, but I think the aspect is whether they perceive it to be warranted, which is a bit of a difficult call that premises often undertake, and I say this collectively. If a situation whereby there's an altercation outside, it could be an argument and is dispersed and de-escalated by staff, they ordinarily would not call police. So as a whole, the premises do call police and they engage with police, especially from my experience dealing with them, when it comes to requesting CCTV, biometric scanner details, etc., via the operators. It's not been an issue.
Thank you. And just dealing with that point, you deal with it in your statement on page 38, at your first paragraph, where there you say, please acknowledge that the premises have provided information to assist investigations. That's
yeah,
right.
that is correct, yeah, that is correct.
The next matter I wanted to ask you about is this. Some emphasis has been put on promoted events, and I think you'd agree with this, that there is a connection between externally promoted events and the risk of disorder, because perhaps partly of the difficulty in getting to know one's clientele and the sort of clientele who might be attracted to an externally promoted event. Do you agree with that?
Agreed.
The next topic I was going to ask you about is just Mr. Costas Carli who is now the designated premises supervisor. He was, as you've dealt with in your report, it's in the licensing officer's report as well, the designated premises supervisor between 2015 and 2018, and I think you were involved back then as well, weren't you?
That's correct, yeah.
You highlight in your report one incident in relation to Mr. Carley in 2017, but would you agree with this, that generally speaking, Mr. Carley was a very competent designated premises supervisor, and during his time at the premises were not, so to speak, a problem premises from your point of view?
My interaction with Mr. Carley is, he's been a good operator, a good member of staff representing the company. However, at that time, a minor variation was submitted to mitigate the concerns the police at the time had in relation to incidents associated with the premises. Obviously, in the change to DPS, we've not put any representations in relation to that change.
Yes, so had you any profound concerns about Mr. Carley, you'd have made representations about him being put...
Yes, I would have done that.
And you've mentioned that after the 2017 incident, there was a minor variation to the licence thereafter. He went on to continue as the designated premises supervisor for about 18 months thereafter, and that occurred without serious concern from the police.
Well, there are instances, but there weren't instances of merited intervention. My position in relation to premises, they should be able to manage themselves and manage themselves accordingly without too much interference.
Yes, and that was the case under Mr. Carley.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then finally, just in relation to your comment of it being essentially too little too late, that the 9th of January was a pity because the premises has already agreed to close.
That's correct.
I think you'd agree, firstly, that the steps which the premises has taken to recognise the difficulties it's had in its style of operation in autumn, that the premises has been heading in the right direction in beginning to deal with those issues. By that I mean by way of appointment of, for instance, Get Security, new DPS, new management structure, and the like.
From what I understand, they've changed security on previous occasions. It's not the first time, and they can probably correct me on that. But again, having emailed them, and we've done a lot of support in relation to late temporary event notices to kind of manage the dispersal and the impact it has on the highways. If they'd heeded the advice and not having this event, we not necessarily would have been here, but again they did, and my observations have been very selective in relation to promoting licensing objectives, especially around the conditions, and taking advice accordingly, and hence we had the incident on the 9th.
Yes, so I think one of the issues, or perhaps the core issue, which the police have identified, particularly in relation to the 9th, but prior to that as well, is the problem of complying with the existing licence conditions. Do you agree with that?
That's correct, yeah.
And do you agree with this, that if a system was put in place whereby the police and the licensing authority could be reassured that compliance going forwards was in accordance with the licence, then I take it you'd be content that the conditions now proposed would promote the licensing objectives?
That would be for the committee to decide, as I said in my reports, for the committee to consider revocation in relation to this set of circumstances.
Yes, but from a crime and disorder point of view, the conditions, the issue has really been with compliance rather than the propriety of the conditions. Do you agree with that?
I agree, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the questions to the police. Now, I think either environmental health or licensed officers, which would you prefer to go first? Seeing we've seen, I mean, you've kind of shared the same CCTV, so Ms McGowan, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So my representation on behalf of the Licensing Authority can be found on page 52 of the initial committee bundle. It's been submitted on the grounds of prevention of crime and disorder, prevention of public nuisance and public safety. As you'll see in my representation, I've been dealing with JCO for approximately 6 months, and most of the previous work for the premises has been led by my witness, Mr. David Williams, who's here today. A copy of his statement can be found at Appendix 2. I've included a list of complaints since January 2019 as Appendix 3. This is not simply to show complaints that have been made to the Council, but also highlighting the number of visits, meetings and assistance the Council have provided the operators during the 3-year period. As you will see in my representation, I initially carried out monitoring of JCO on the 9th and 10th of October, following residents' complaints within the vicinity. I was so shocked with what I had witnessed that a subsequent meeting was held on the 14th of October via Teams. This was held with the operators to effectively tell them what we had witnessed was unacceptable, and it was up to them to change their operational practices to ensure disturbances, nuisance, high levels of intoxication were kept to a minimum. They were also reminded about the review process and asked to ensure that they were fully aware of conditions on their premises licence. 1 month later, I carried out further monitoring and witnessed a lady being taken out of the premises into an ambulance and further dispersal issues after 4 a.m. This is not normal practice after meeting with an operator. We would have hoped to have seen an improvement. It was almost like things had gotten worse, or they simply didn't know what they would be doing. At Appendix 4, we've seen earlier today the video that I produced. This shows examples of what is being experienced by residents and also issues within the premises. It shows vulnerability issues of customers within the premises and outside, possible smoking of marijuana in the garden area, security not moving customers on during dispersal, customers being permitted into the premises after 1 a.m, customers not being appropriately searched, customers not being scanned in appropriately on the ID scanner, fights between customers, lack of external management. The video footage will not show the incident on the 9th of January. This is the footage that's been presented by the police. One point I would like to raise in regards to this footage is when looking at the footage and the ID scanner, a large number of persons entered the premises after 1 a.m, which would be a breach of Condition 46, which has been raised by the police. But also looking at this footage, we're unable to see the premises checking any COVID passports, which was a requirement for nightclubs until the 26th of January this year. As you'll see on page 129 of the main bundle, the requirement for Plan B COVID checks was sent to Mr. Galani on the 17th of December 2021. We've looked through the respondents' submissions and we have concerns with a number of points. We agree with the police in regards to the security. We saw issues with the security when we visited in October, and I believe, I'm sure the operators will correct me, the security at that time were then changed, or further security were employed at the premises by that same company. On the incident in January, we believe the security company acted appropriately. We've looked through the details of the new security, Get Security, who have operated in the north of Kensington. I believe
they have mentioned one premises, the Lonsdale or Lonsdale Road. I dealt with this premises quite a number of years ago, and we had ongoing dispersal issues at that premises. Within the conditions that have been offered, I believe condition 60 is an offer of weekly, then monthly compliance reports to ensure conditions are complied with. I've never seen a condition like this on a premises licence. If the committee have such grave concerns with an operator being able to comply with conditions on their licence, should that operator be operating? On page 28 of the operator's submission, there's information about venue hire. On there we see that they state that the premises open from 10 a.m. The premises licence opening hours are from midday. This once again shows a lack of knowledge of their premises licence. Within conditions submitted by the operator's solicitors, they've stated that no external promoted events is the condition they put forward. The condition that I've asked for is no promoted events. Perhaps we can discuss this later on. There's an ongoing enforcement case in regards to this premises, and whilst preparing for this committee hearing, further concerns have been noted that will form part of this case. If I could ask committee members to turn to page 59 of the initial committee bundle, you'll see the licensing authority have asked if the committee are not minded to revoke the premises licence, that the hours be reduced to midnight. I've also suggested a number of conditions which can be seen at Appendix 15. I note from the respondent's submission that the operator has agreed with a number of conditions, although there are a number of conditions that we feel may have been breached throughout their management and feel they will continue to be breached. In addition to this, the licensing authority have concerns that if the operators are not currently complying with the premises licence, how will they comply with additional conditions that attach to their licence? Thank you, Chairman. That's my submission.
Thank you for that, and also we'll bear in mind the CCTV footage which we have seen. Thank you. I've just got one question for you before I hand over to the rest of the committee. The amount of work that the licensing officers have undertaken working with this one establishment where we have so many in the borough, I find quite extraordinary. But in your view, is it extraordinary, or is this run of the mill?
We try and work with our operators as much as we can, obviously since COVID, and especially for premises that have had to close for long durations. We have tried our best to help those premises, and we appreciate how difficult it's been, but generally the licensing team, we do try and help our operators as much as we can with our knowledge, like we did in the beginning in October.
But then, as you said, once you've helped them, you expect them to act on that.
Yes, that's why within my submission I was so surprised that during our meeting in October, to then revisit in November and to see worse things occurring outside the premises, and then subsequently inside the premises from viewing CCTV footage. It was very concerning.
And just one question, if I may, to Mr. Williams. Thank you for your 14-page statement, I believe. And one thing that struck me when you talked about your 16 years of experience and your view on this premises, if you could just highlight that again for everybody in the room, please. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, what I would say is I started February 2019, I think was my first engagement with this premises. And it continued through 2019 up until COVID hit and nightclubs were closed down, and they were able to reopen again in the guise of a lounge bar, which I gave advice for and provided advice for. Continued engaging with them through 2020 and 2021 up until around, I think it was August or so, and I've given a lot, as have other members of the team, of support and advice and guidance through that period, and it came to a point, I think I had a phone call from Mr. Galani, who was their sales director, in early December, where I actually said, well, I think we've given you all the help and support we can for the moment. You've really just got to comply with your licence. And it's kind of telling them what happened in January. So yeah, I just wanted to underline how much engagement we had with the premises.
Thank you. And on page 53 of the main pack, is this is your words. I have been carrying out late-night visits within RBKC for almost 16 years, and I have not seen such high levels of intoxication, lack of duty of care in all those years. Whose words were those?
No, that's not my words.
They're my words. That's my submission.
Thank you. So that's on page 53 of the main bundle. I have no further questions. Fellow committee members? Ms Titcombe.
Thank you. Mr Williams, can I just refer you to page 70 of the main committee pack, which is your statement, and it's paragraph 25, and this is an incident that so it's the main committee pack, page 69. And this is you referring to a complaint regarding nuisance on the 16th of June 2021. And then you go on at paragraph 25, and halfway down it's suggested that Mr Gilani apologised and requested that you refrained from issuing a prohibition notice on that occasion to allow officers to check CCTV on a weekly basis to make sure that the COVID regulations were lifted. This seems to be something that they're also suggesting going forward in the current conditions. What's your view? Do you have any confidence in that approach?
Well, as a confirmatory method of checking that they're complying, yes, but I don't think we should be having to check their premises CCTV every week to make sure they are complying. It's not really practical.
Thank you. Understood about that. No more questions? Licensed premises holders, would you have any questions, please, for the licensing officers?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to move to our environmental health, noise and nuisance. Mr. Philip Richardson. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah. Just to put a bit of clarity on our submission, it was written by our colleague Mr. Mahaffey, but unfortunately he's had to travel to Ireland on a family matter. So as I've dealt with the premises before, I said I would attend, and also it does refer to our witness, Miss Adam, who unfortunately is incredibly ill. I spoke to her this morning. She doesn't sound well at all, so she can't obviously be here. So I will try to answer any questions if there are any the best I can, but I might not be able to provide an answer straight away. Obviously, we've heard a lot of information so far this morning, so I'm not going to say too much. I just wanted to, obviously, on the points 1, 2 and 3 in the submission, just to put a bit of context on the music and soundscape. I was dealing with this property with Mr. Williams. I started about 2018 dealing with issues of noise escape affecting the residents. I personally reset the noise limiter twice, and I did at least 4 visits to the property, to the premises, to deal with issues around sound and noise escape affecting the residents in Kensington Court behind. I visited Mrs. Rook a number of times. I can't remember exactly the exact figure, but a number of times. On our initial visits, there was a serious problem with music getting into her property, and it was preventing her sleeping and things like that. Sir, it's okay. Can you hear better now? Yeah. So so I did a number of visits to Mrs. Rook's property. There was a problem with noise getting into there, and it was preventing sleep and things like that. We worked with the premises, with Saeed, and I don't know what his relation to the premises is now. I know he's not here today. We had lots of work done. We had the noise limiter reset a number of times. They did do some sound insulation works. And then it got to the point with the pandemic, because of my personal reasons, I couldn't come into the office, and also I was put onto a different council-wide project that you know all about. So I stepped back, and Mr Mahaffey and Miss Adams kind of took it forward from there. And I believe there was still a lot to be done. And I believe that since then there is a problem with the basement flat, which the bedroom which adjoins the club wasn't previously inhabited, but with COVID and things like that it was, and there was a serious problem there. Miss Adam worked with the premises a lot to try and resolve this, and it does say in the submission that we got to the point where we were going to serve a noise abatement notice on the premises, but that was put on hold because they said they were going to close to be able to complete some works. So that hasn't happened yet, but obviously if they were to reopen we would be in a situation where we would need to serve a noise abatement notice because of the level of noise getting into the premises in Kensington Court. With regard to points 2 and 3 in our submission, I don't think I need to talk about them because the CCTV and the video footage from the licensing just highlights that's better than any words I can put out in relation to the poor external management. Yeah, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them. I don't think I need to dwell too much.
No, thank you. The written submission is very clear, as is the Appendix 3 with all the noise and nuisance complaints. Just to draw everyone's attention to that, it's page 88 for 18 pages, noise and nuisance records. So thank you for that clear records. I'm going to turn to fellow committee members.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, if you look at the log in Appendix 3, which begins on page 88, I mean, almost all the complaints related to noise coming sort of from the back of the premises and affecting people in the flats in Kensington Court, rather than, shall we say, external management issues. The exception, of course, being that some of the incidents mentioned by in the police evidence. I mean, I'm correct in that assumption.
Yes, I would say 99% of the complaints were from the premises behind. I have visited a resident who lives sort of directly above and to the side, sort of, which they would be virtually above the Indian restaurant next door, which was affected by noise, but the 99% were from the residents behind.
And I mean, the question is really, I mean, can these problems be resolved through the sort of conditions that have been offered? And I mean, there seem to be two related issues. One is escape of noise from the building, and secondly is noise from the garden area, which we saw in the video could be sort of quite intensively used.
Yeah, one of the conditions that was put forward was to have acoustic reports done by an independent acoustic consultant, and that report would show whether it would be possible to prevent the noise escape. With the right amount of money and the right amount of work, it would be possible. It would be whether or not the premises were willing to put that sort of money into it. It would cost a lot of money and it would take a lot of time and work, but it would be possible. It's whether or not that's what the premises were willing to do.
And the garden area?
As far as I'm aware, we don't have a lot of complaints regarding the garden area. It is music escape, mainly affecting, when I was dealing with it, Mrs. Rook, and then the basement flat below her, I'm not sure what.
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem is we don't have a plan which shows the context of the adjoining properties, the garden and the premises.
Area is, I've no idea.
That's on the plan, which I believe is page 53. No, not page 53.
Yeah, the garden area is to the front
29.
of the premises on the high street. I think it'd be, if you described it as sort of like a vaulted basement area, would be better than a garden area, I think. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Richardson, can you repeat that? Just the plan is on the main pack, page 29, and it's not really a garden. I think you said it was a little internal, Mr.
Yeah, sorry, if it helps. As you walk along Kensington High Street, just as you go past Sayaka on the left-hand side, there's railings, and just below those railings is what's classed as their garden area, which is a smoking area for customers, but it is front-facing onto Kensington High Street.
What square footage would that be? Almost none.
Excuse me, Mrs. Rook, can we just keep to the specific questions, because otherwise we'll just descend into chaos here. Thank you. Thank you. So we were talking, I think Councillor Williams was trying to ascertain the different types of disturbance, one being primarily dispersal on the streets, and then the other being transmission of the bass and the reverberation and the music to residents at the back. And so in order to understand that more, we're trying to work out where this smoking well is. And the smoking well is not at the back, but it's at the front. Right, thank you. No questions. I've just got a quick question actually about, again, looking through the 18 pages of noise and nuisance. I was trying to kind of divide them a little bit into pre-COVID versus COVID, because I am aware obviously that any business trying to operate during all the ins and outs and restrictions of COVID is incredibly challenging. And I think Councillor Williams touched on it, that the kind of the 2018-2019 seems to be not so much about the dispersal policies but about the noise transmission. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, for noise nuisance, that's correct.
Thank you. So no further questions from me. Ms. Dickham?
No, thank you. I'll deal with the conditions when we have the condition session.
Licensed premises?
Yes, please, just very briefly. There was a particular problem with noise breakout and a particular premises, and work was then done by the premises in order to remedy that through acoustic cushioning and so on. That appears to have solved the problem at that time, but that the key problem now is that there's a premises which hadn't been residential in the basement, or a room which wasn't residential, but has become residential during the course of COVID, and that's the key premises where there's an issue at the current time. Do you agree with that?
As far as I'm aware, that basement premises, that room has always been themed as a bedroom. It just wasn't used as a bedroom. But in relation to nuisance, a statutory nuisance in particular, that doesn't make a difference, because there is no such thing as coming to the nuisance. It is a nuisance or it's not. So even if that room wasn't used previously, it is now, and it is a nuisance. That wouldn't be a defence under statutory nuisance anyway.
No, I agree with that. It's just, I think it wasn't a bedroom previously, but it may be right, may not be right, but it wasn't occupied previously.
I'm not sure, don't know whether it was occupied or not, but I understand it has always been a bedroom as part of that development. Yeah, I believe it was.
Just to assist, Mr. Richardson has answered the question. He's explained it won't make any difference in any event.
No, and it's simply that the premises is working with that particular premises, the JACO is working with that particular premises occupier to deal with their problems. And I think you're aware that they've hired acoustic consultants at this stage, and that in the past they have done work where they've been notified of problems.
When did they start working with that resident?
Over the December period. We can deal with it with the premises when we come to our case.
Any more questions?
Yes, just in relation to looking at the pack of proposed conditions, page 65, sorry, condition 65, this is a condition which I think has its genesis with you. An acoustic report from an independent, suitably qualified acoustician shall be submitted to the Director for Environmental Health to assess whether further acoustic works are necessary to protect residents living in the neighbouring dwellings from noise and vibration. The works required to be carried out to achieve compliance with the recommendations of that report shall be completed to the written satisfaction of the Council's Director for Environmental Health and shall thereafter be maintained to the same standard. If such a report was submitted and you were content with it and such works were carried out, then no doubt the problem would be solved. Do you agree with that?
Yes, if it was carried out to the specification and the workmanship was there as per the report, and then the premises was kept to that standard, then in theory it should resolve the problem. But then if things like speakers were moved subsequently after that, then it wouldn't be the same, and it wouldn't, as long as if it was in line with the report and kept to that, then yes, in theory it would comply.
And which is why also with its genesis in your report, condition 66 would require that the premises may not reopen until the premises has been insulated and isolated to prevent the transmission of airborne or impact sound. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then just to correct something I said earlier, it was September was when the current noise issue was notified to the premises.
Which year?
This year. Oh, sorry, September 2021. And it's been working with that premises since then.
Can I just ask Mr. Richardson a question about those two potential conditions, 66 and 65, about noise and nuisance, about acoustic reports? My understanding is this is quite a standard role of the environmental health, that if we have issues that you will inspect after the acoustic work has been done.
Yes, yeah. To put some context into that, in the past when they have done the works, for instance, to the rear doors and rear walls, I've provided advice on my acoustic knowledge, which was done, but it's the point now where we can't provide any more advice. They need to have an independent person to do it, and we would, once the works have been done, we would go back and check that they've been done to the spec in the report. The workmanship is there, because with sound insulation a lot of the problem is workmanship. If the workmanship is poor, then it's not going to work, so it needs to have good workmanship, and also we would liaise with the residents to visit them to make sure that obviously it has worked in their properties, because there would be no point in us just visiting the premises. We would need to visit them here.
Understood, and carry out a test with the music on while you're in the residence premises. Okay, understood, thank you. No more questions, monsieur? So now, residents, please, we are moving to your submissions, please.
Thank you. As chair of the Residents Association, you have to take that one off. I speak for the residents, the many residents in Kensington Court who cannot be here today but want their voices to be heard. We've been informed about the many complaints from residents to the council, duly recorded in Appendix 3, and I can confirm that I have received upwards of 50 emails between February 2019 and January 2022 complaining about noise and antisocial behaviour emanating from JCOs. There has been a noise issue from this establishment for many years, but it has escalated since JCO came into being. Residents on the north side of Kensington Court have now found the situation to be intolerable. It is true that noise and nuisance teams have attended the residencies many times and done their best to test volume and report to JACO that the noise is severe disturbance to neighbours. As Mr Richardson and Miss Adam from Environmental Health and Noise and Nuisance Team have reported, there was still an issue with sound transmission, and in fact an abatement notice was in process prior to the incident on 9th January 2022. Mr Richardson also believes that the premises may be operating too late into the small hours for its location. The residents couldn't agree more. JACO's customers, on leaving the premises, loiter in Kensington Court after closing time. They are drunk, antisocial and noisy. They leave bottles, cans and containers of nitrous oxide in residents' gardens. They also urinate and vomit, thereby committing all the sins of public nuisance which are creating noise, noxious smells and litter. They are also a danger to the public when they then get into their cars to drive home. The management of JACO say they truly care about our neighbours. We keep hearing these platitudes, but they are still not listening to us. We residents truly care about our local businesses, and we choose to live in an area where we have close access to hotels, restaurants, shops and pubs. We like the buzz of London living and support our many local establishments. The management of JACO also say that they have been badly hit by the pandemic and have lost a lot of money. Few businesses can say otherwise. Because of their rowdy clientele, other neighbouring businesses are suffering and having to upgrade their own security measures. JACO's is a real blot on our landscape and does not merit a place in such a popular location. The police say the premises are associated with serious crime and disorder and have attended 5 incidences of violence between 4 December 2020 and 9 January 2022. Our residents have had enough of the antisocial behaviour associated with JACO's and should not have to put up with feeling intimidated walking to their own front doors. In fact, it is difficult to pass the rowdy crowd standing outside JACO's when getting off the bus, as the stop is just outside the premises. It is sad that it has taken a serious affray involving knives and assaults on police for the authorities to take heed of our fears. If JACO continues to disregard the conditions of its licence, there is a fear of serious injury or death. Please support the police's application to have the premises licence revoked and give us back the Kensington Court we knew and loved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents wishing to speak?
Yes, I'll go next. So Linda is chair of Kensington Court Residents Association. I'm police liaison at the same association and also police ward panel chair of Queensgate Ward. So I'm here to support the police application for a review of the premises licence of JACO. I've been CC'd into more than 50 emails from residents since April 2021 regarding this establishment. On a number of occasions, local residents have been disturbed by the constant noise from JACO's and have complained many times. This issue has continued for years. Since being in my role as chair, I have passed on their concerns to our local DWOs, that's our dedicated ward officers. The advice was given that residents should contact RBKC Noise and Nuisance Team, which was done many, many times. The level of antisocial behaviour is increased hugely around JACO's to include bottle smashing, shouting, fighting and the banging of car doors, which typically occurs around 3 a.m, waking up the residents on the north side of Kensington Court. Some of these residents are elderly and find this disturbance extremely frightening. As an ex-police officer myself, I'm saddened by the fact that it's taken an incident such as these violent stabbings to actually have JACO's licence suspended. Prior to this awful crime, there were lock-in parties taking place in the basement of the building until the hours of the morning. In my opinion, it is absolutely essential that JACO's licence be revoked. My reasons for supporting the police is for the prevention of public nuisance, public safety and the prevention of crime and disorder. We as the residents most certainly deserve to feel secure in our own homes and finally regain some peace in the local neighbourhood.
Thank you.
No.
I'm sorry. Speak, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Hello. I probably have lived longer than anyone behind JACO's. I moved there in 1979 and I knew it when it was a bank and through the various ownerships of the basement. There has always been a problem. I'm speaking mainly now, at first, from sound escape. It's always been there, no matter who's organised it. Anyway, there was a time when I felt there was room for JACO and local residents to have a symbiotic relationship. However, since reading the contents of the additional evidence from the premises as a response to the police report now, I know there is not. So I start this by supporting the police and asking for a complete revoke of the licence. My view on how the present situation has occurred. Areas which give rise to my concern, current and future management, their proposals, the unsuitability of the actual premises, the lack of soundproofing, no need for the extensive opening and licensing hours when similar is offered opposite side of the high street with Percy's. Now, I'm going to go through the management. It would seem to me that the management became emboldened, untouchable, so they could do what they liked, as they do not seem to have had their fingers wrapped. I visited JACO's premises many times and discussed with Syed, Tito, Vittorio, noise issues, maybe as many as 40 times. Nothing's been resolved. Short periods of improvement, then limiters bypassed. This brings me to the new proposed management setup. Mr. Costas Carli's written, didn't know about the bedroom, utility room. Well, that bedroom, I used to own that area, and it's been a bedroom since 1965. Before that, it was a kitchen. Then he said there's been no instance, but since 25/10/17, I've got a case number 21197 was reported under Mr. Trill. So there were problems in 2017. I'm surprised to read that Mr. Nicholas Year's statement, dated the February of 27, Section 53 of the Licensing Act, that the noise nuisance is resolved. It's not. I'm also surprised Section 4 of additional information, page 64 in red, basement floor to be insulated. Now, maybe the people here don't realise, but the noise pollution goes up to, it's a 6-storey house, and everybody at the rear can hear the noise. So when they open, whether it's official or not, we can hear it. When Mr. Tito was living in JACO, and maybe there were no other guests, but even when he played the music for his own entertainment, if that was the reason, or maybe it was cleaners, we could hear it 6 stories up. So it's not a question of insulating the basement floor. There is a serious problem and a long problem with sound insulation not being present, with it infiltrating. Mr. Philip Richardson will probably confirm that flat 1A and 1 of bank buildings were terribly affected, and he was very unable to get there. I don't know if it's the offices of JACO now. Flat 3B in bank buildings was extremely affected by something, but that's only part of it. I feel that if the sound issue had been sorted and not limiters imposed, and the moment the people checking them, the limiters are undone and they're done, and I've been round to your premises wanting to know what's happened and why the limiter's on. If that had been stopped at the beginning, we may not be in this place, but it wasn't. They managed to work their way round. Now, I want to go on to the actual venue. The premises, in my opinion, is too small for the numbers that they advertise, and I've seen them advertise 250, 240, 220. The access for this number of clients to enter into the thing is via steep steps. the licensing hours are very unsocial and disturb residents. There's no need for all this because we've got Percy opposite. The clients of Jacko might finance Jacko, but their clients don't add anything or boost trade in this part of Kensington. It would seem that it increases crime, but it might line the pockets of the people that own the building. I'm all for making a profit, but it doesn't bring anything into the area at all. Jacko costs council taxpayers, and I'm one of them, a great deal. If we add up how much help that they've had over this period of time, and it hasn't resolved things, we've suffered from noise, rowdy behaviour, bus stop, which has already been mentioned. You may not be aware, but I was warned when I used to report the noise that, oh, it may not be Jacko, it's Hux, or it's so-and-so, or it's an Airbnb. So I used to go out on the street at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. to check that it was Jacko, and it was, and it's a very ugly sight. And it happened, they were open in the pandemic, which also frightened me, but what people don't realise is every time they play their music, and that's why the noise pollution is important, as residents we know. So we think, now is it definitely Jacko? We'll go out and see. And they definitely opened 100% during the pandemic, not on a regular basis. And I refer you to Vittorio's son's birthday bash, and when we had to watch the lights in Zyka's dining room as well, and that was in lockdown. Now, it would seem the management have failed seriously. I've little confidence in their future proposals so far submitted. If the licence is revoked, maybe that will be no more stabbings and drug activity associated with Jacko. The next time, it could be a death inside Jacko, and this wouldn't happen if they have their licence revoked. Management should be glad that they wouldn't be involved in a murder charge. If they have their licence revoked, they may feel it's a disaster, but they may actually be saving themselves from a disaster. Now, I think I've covered most things. So the areas that concern me is the actual premises itself, with an access down steep steps, is not suitable for this type of establishment. I'm worried about the management and the people that they've picked, because if Vittorio may have many sons, maybe 10, but if the one son that's now on the new management was the one involved in the birthday disturbance we had, I think it was in August, then one wonders whether it's the right person to have on a management board, because it was going against government conditions. I may be wrong, and I apologise if I am, but it's of great concern. And we know when they operate, because we can hear them. And the other thing, there were 4 areas, was the actual venue itself, to me, is not suitable to contain that number of people. The fact that although they pay attention for short periods of time on soundproofing, I've been round there many times, and they've just, their sound engineer, the same one they've had all the time, just bypasses the limiter. And I try and find out why. I've tried not to involve the council at times, tried to sort it out myself. It's lip service, it happens. Oh yes, we're ever so sorry, we're doing something about it, but they don't. It goes on and on and on. And during the pandemic, we had the dilemma that you could call the police 1 minute, which I did when I knew they were on, but then the police stopped being available to be called. You may be able to recall it, and it returned to the responsibility of the council, which we recalled. Then we had the period where the council noise nuisance officers couldn't go to the source of the noise and couldn't go to the premises where it was being heard. So all the complaints you have are far, far smaller in number because we physically could not get people to come. There was a lot of transgression. Now, I think I've covered all my points, but this has gone on ever since it changed from being a bank to an area of nightclub when it's in function. There's a serious noise containment problem, and then because in my view they were allowed to get away with not sorting out the noise, the management became emboldened. They didn't get caught during lockdown.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Rook. You've made that very clear. No, that's fine, but you're just repeating that, but that is very clear. Thank you so much. Thank you. And are we hearing from... Fantastic, thank you.
Mine is going to be very short. I'm just saying if Jack will go back into business, if they can just keep the noise down, because doing a few years ago when they were operating a few years ago, I have to give up my job at the Bupa Hospital because I could not sleep because of the noise. So if they go back into business, just to keep the noise and the street filled with
Can you tell them which floor you're on?
I'm on the 3rd floor at the back.
No,
I can
you're
look 4th floor. I can look straight into Jacko, straight into Zyka. I can see everything that goes on in the building. So I'm just trying to, of course, if they go back into business, to try and keep the noise level and the antisocial behavior down, which is on the street, of course, just they can't control, but it affects all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, you're Mr. Walker, yes? Thank you. I'm going to ask a few questions, if I may. First of all, Mrs. Rook, thank you. Particularly you've been there so long, it's very interesting to hear, actually, about the history, the physical history of the building. Yes, I saw in the submission, yes.
People can see how the noise problem needs to be solved. Sorry to cut across you.
No. Prior to Jacob being here, did you have noise issues under the previous?
Yes, it's been known as various names. There was the Hyde, there was the Kensington Club when it was never operating. There has always been a noise problem, but for a long time I think there was an Iranian theme as opposed to Afro beats and bashment and things like that. So yes, there's always been a noise problem, and the noise thing I read about when it was Mr. Carley, Costas Carley was there, would have been a complaint about noise, but that would have been, I think, beginning with a P. I've forgotten. I'm old. I actually have had a heart attack.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. So the unsuitability of the actual premises is what you have said about the noise.
Yes, it's always been a problem, but they, of course...
Fantastic. That's great, thank you. I have no further questions.
I don't know which of the residents today I need to address this to. Be assured that we do have a great deal of sympathy for what you have been going through over time. However, Jacko's has been closed now for a month. Has there been any noticeable decrease in the level of noise and so on that you experience?
Yes, indeed.
There has? Okay, thank you. And would you be prepared, would you be satisfied by the offer that they have made to bring the licence back to 1 a.m. instead of 3, and to remain closed until they have actually sorted out all the noise and insulation matters that have arisen?
Well, no, because they haven't been complying with all the conditions of the licence.
I'm sorry, can you speak directly into the mic? I can't really hear you.
They haven't been complying with conditions of the licence so far, so why would they suddenly change?
No trust in them.
I think even as you know, as residents, with any reassurance, we would still be very uncomfortable with the continuation of this establishment. It's extremely hard for us to trust them moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, just picking up on my the point I raised with Mr. Richardson, that very few of the complaints logged here, except in relation to the incidents that trigger this review relates to what we call external management, in other words, people hanging around. But in your oral submissions now, you suggested that that wasn't the case. So have you been experiencing this problem, but not reporting it? And if so, why didn't you report it as noise nuisance?
It's been reported many, many times by all of the residents. That's why in our statements you hear us saying that someone like myself as police liaison and the chair with the ward panel, I've seen 50, 60 emails where noise and nuisance have been CC'd in, as have councillors, as have everybody, as have our local police as well that I work very closely with. But nothing seems to have been done, and this has gone on a huge amount of time, and now we've resulted in stabbings. So our concerns as residents is what will be next. That's what we're concerned about. The safety of our residents is extremely important. It's where we live, and it's where we've lived for years. And it's really just unacceptable what's going on outside of the establishment.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that, because on the Appendix 3, we have, as I have already said, we've got 18 pages of noise and nuisance, and my understanding, along with fellow committee members, are actually that prior to the pandemic and the potentially changed behaviour of many people following that it was more a noise transmission from kind of the well, the back, the residents above, rather than the bad behaviour of dispersal on the street, according to the records we have in front of us. But obviously you live there.
There has been a lot of disturbance outside the establishment. It's quite frightening what goes on, like we're saying, from car doors banging to urinating to people being sick to there being lots of fights outside. So
yes, we understand that since kind of 2020, since the pandemic issues. But prior to that, we're just trying to understand the level of behavioural change and the level of disturbance.
Prior to that, what would you say? I'll let Eileen answer this one.
I'm one of the few people that actually used to go round out onto the street at 3 a.m. in the morning. The biggest problem is that there aren't many taxis at that time of night, so maybe it's worse since the pandemic and during the pandemic, but there's always been a problem. It's just not a suitable venue.
Yeah, just to clarify, what I'm talking about is disturbance within Kensington Court rather than disturbance on the high street, because I can imagine when people exit from the premises, they get a hang around a bit. Right. But equally, and we've seen this in nightclubs elsewhere in the borough, there's a problem. People go around the corner and make a lot of noise, and that wasn't the subject of the noise nuisance complaints.
Yes, I'm not quite sure.
But they also park their cars on the east side of Kensington Court. They stand outside. They're still shouting, fighting. We get woken up by all that, and you can see the mess, the litter in the morning.
Thank you. I mean, obviously we have to explore all this now, because we have you in front of us, we have the papers, we've obviously read the papers, and revoking a licence is an incredibly serious consideration, because, we're potentially putting someone out of business and everything. So we have to really try to balance everything as fairly as we possibly can. No further questions for me. Mr. McQuest. Licensed premises holders, any questions to? No. I'm just going to check where we are with procedure right now. Given that it's now 12:20 and we've been sitting since 10, we're going to have a 20-minute break before we move on to the licensed premises holders submission, and then everyone's chance to ask them questions. So I'm going to adjourn the committee now till 12:40. We'll reconvene at 12:40. Thank you. licensing subcommittee looking into the review of the premises JCO. And we have now reached the part of the procedure where we had the submission by the premises license holder. And that will be up to you, Mr. Yeo. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We've been listening carefully, not just to what's been said over the course of the months, but also what's contained within the pack and what's been said today. And I hope that in the course of the next few minutes I can address the matters that we've taken from it and what our response to it is. There's one matter which does arise repeatedly, again not just here but everywhere else, and it's the impact of the pandemic. And I raise it as we have raised it in the bundle, not because it's any sort of excuse, but it is an exceptional context in which these events took place. And I mean very substantially, the issues which we see arising are those in particular during the course of autumn of 2021, when the premises was trying to return to a nightclub style operation. And what we would say is this, though, that the pandemic was an exceptional circumstance. It led the premises, as must be the case in many places, to change its style of operation. And we would say that the very vast majority of the issues which arise can be traced back to that change of style of operation. And if I were to put in very short terms what the proposal is going forwards and what the committee should be considering going forwards, it is really a return to the pre-pandemic style of operation, along with a package of measures which we would say are a severe and robust set of measures, but that the ones which we've proposed by way of the conditions and other measures that we're proposing are the ones which would be effective in order to promote the licensing objectives, and it is not necessary to go any further. As to the three main heads, as we see them, of issues arising in respect of the premises, we'll turn to how we say we can address these in a moment, but in very short terms, we see firstly crime and disorder and dispersal related issues. Whilst we don't want to belittle or diminish in any way such evidence as there is in relation to any of those pre-pandemic, we would say that the heart of those issues, and it's of course those which bring the matter before the committee, arise due to the change of style of operation from really autumn 2021 to today. And we'd also say it's important to note that the premises had recognised those issues, and it's rather ironic and unfortunate that the 9th of January of 2022 was always intended to be the day of closure of the premises, pending the resolution of its style of operation. Secondly, the next main heading, noise breakout, issues in relation to public nuisance relating to music breakout and the like. Those have arisen from time to time throughout the operation of the premises, but the premises has dealt with them when it's been aware of them. It's spent £22,000 historically in dealing with the issues. It thought that it had very substantially cured those problems coming into the autumn of 2021. Since it's been notified of the problems with the basement flat in particular in September, it's spent a further £7,000 in obtaining an acoustic report and is working with contractors in order to resolve them. And then finally, by way of issues, compliance. We recognise that there's no point at all in having a robust and effective set of licensing conditions unless the committee can be assured that those conditions will be adhered to. We further accept that due to the conduct of the premises, the committee on a backward-looking basis cannot be so assured. And it is for that reason that the changes which we're making to the premises are such root and branch ones, whereby firstly we suggest a change of structure of the premises, of how it's run. In particular, you will note, to ensure that Mr. Vittorio Di Bello, who was the sole director of the premises licence holder Sakira Limited, is to have no operational involvement going forwards. We've put in 2 family members by way of additional directors, including Flavio Di Bella, who is to be the operations director. And we've brought in Kostas Kali, who was historically the designated premises supervisor and who we say has proven himself with 20 years experience in the industry, 4 years experience at this premises, as someone who can run it without substantial difficulty. And then alongside that, we've introduced professional advisors, and in particular Michael Watson, who is someone who's got many years experience of ensuring compliance at problem premises and can provide a level of independent oversight in relation to the premises. So turning then to the trigger incident, we accept that the manner of the operation of the premises on the 9th of January 2020 was seriously unacceptable, and we make a fulsome acknowledgement of that, and we make a fulsome apology for that. We accept that there are issues in particular in respect of compliance on that night, and we accept that Mr. Vittorio Di Bello has to accept his share of the responsibility for that. It's really because of that and the other evidence which has arisen in relation to compliance that we accept that there must be root and branch change in terms of the governance of the premises and who is responsible for management. We would ask the committee to note that pre-pandemic, this does not appear to have been a problem premises at all, which is why we say the change of personnel back to the previous designated premises supervisor and a return in style of operation to the corporate events type market is one which is appropriate and one which has a degree of proven track record at operating without problem. So turning to the steps which we've taken in relation to what I say is the overarching issue of compliance, there are 6 real issues in relation to this, 6 steps that we're proposing in relation to compliance. The first is this: get security. It is not that we blame the old security for the 9th of January in any way, and as has been remarked, they fulfilled their obligations outside the premises in particular with remarkable valor. But even prior to the 9th of January, the decision had already been taken to take Get Security on as part of a proposal to change the style of operation and review its operations. Get Security are well known and well respected, in particular within Kensington. They have particular experience of turning around problem premises, in particular the Lonsdale on Lonsdale Road and the Rum Kitchen, which were historically difficult premises, but which Get Security have managed to resolve so that they have little difficult, or they've resolved the difficulties with those premises. Within the pack, you've got information about Get Security's proposal and their experience and background, and Mr. Wayne Thomas from Get Security is here to deal with any questions relating to those. Turning then to internal management, in recent times, Mr. Vittorio Di Bello was both the designated premises supervisor and the sole director of Secura Limited, the premises license holder. He has already now ceased to be DPS. It's our view that it was an inappropriate measure to combine both that of the director of the owner and that of DPS, designated premises supervisor, because it's so important that the designated premises supervisor is someone who has an independent obligation to oversee the license and ensure compliance with the conditions. There's information in the pack about Mr. Costas Carli. We note the matter in relation to 2017, but would say otherwise he's demonstrated himself to be someone who is very capable of running premises, including very late night licenses, and someone who has considerable experience running this particular premises. So we say, how can the committee be reassured that there will be no repeat of the events of the 9th of January and the other matters raised by the police? We say, the measure of simply replacing the designated premises supervisor with Mr. Carli of itself should have considerable reassurance that there can be compliance with the license. Further, to ensure Mr. Carli's ability to run the premises independently, Mr. Vittorio Di Bello is removed from day-to-day operations of the premises. There's a condition on the license, condition 58, to ensure that he has no operational involvement. There are additional directors being brought in so that Ms. Flavio Di Bella can be the operations director, and so that, along with Mr. Carli's involvement, will ensure that the premises can be run in accordance with its license conditions. This is not just lip service, but supported by, firstly, the license condition, and secondly, the appointment of the additional directors. Further, to ensure the formal restructure, the independence, we've implemented the organisation, which you've seen, the organisation structure, which you've seen within the pack, whereby the designated premises supervisor reports into the operations assistant, who reports into the operational director, ensuring an independent line. That's at pack item 16. We say, most importantly, in assuring the committee that the premises will operate in accordance with the licence and that there will be compliance going forwards, is the introduction of Mr. Michael Watson as an independent licensing consultant. Why that's important is firstly this: he may be one of the most experienced people at dealing with late night economy premises, and dealing with premises in particular that have got problems. He's important because he's independent, and going forwards, he can do two things which are critically important. Firstly, identify further measures which the premises could take in terms of policies, training, and the like. But secondly, because of condition 60 on the licence, the requirement that there be, firstly, in the first short term, weekly compliance reports, and then in the medium term and going forwards, monthly compliance reports, which can be made available to both the police and the licensing authority. It will ensure that there simply can't be compliance breaches at the premises, because he'll be in a position to identify them going forwards, and everyone at the premises will be aware that as soon as anyone steps out of line, it can be identified and will be reported onwards. The real purpose of doing that is firstly to build trust between the premises and the committee, and secondly, to demonstrate within the premises that a culture of compliance is a prerequisite for ongoing operation. The next area which is important is the style of operation. You've heard from the police that one of their key concerns was the external promotion of events. The difficulty with so doing is that one loses control over the clientele that one's attracting to the premises. By including a condition that there be no externally promoted events, it will ensure that that sort of style of operation does not recur at all. And it was that which was behind perhaps the most important issues, the January one and the August one, where really significant issues arose. Historically, pre-pandemic, the premises core market was the provision of quality events to the corporate sector. This is an area which simply stopped. I don't mean just at the premises, but throughout. There have been no corporate events since really the March 2020 and the commencement of the pandemic. That's coming back to life. It's an area where the premises has considerable experience and ability to prosper. It's taken on a marketing and events manager to pursue this sector, and it's the area in which the premises hopes to return its business. That is a sector which is not associated with the crime and disorder and dispersal issues which have been identified. In terms then of next steps, we would say that the most onerous and most reassuring issues for the committee is this. There's effectively a triple lock against the premises reopening. Firstly, there's the period of suspension during which the premises does not intend to open in any event. Secondly, there is the issue in relation to acoustic breakout. There's the licence condition which requires that the premises may not reopen until firstly it's done an acoustic report to the satisfaction of the environmental health team, but secondly that work has been inspected and complies. And then thirdly, dispersal policy. Again, until there is a dispersal policy which has been completed to the satisfaction of the environmental health authorities, the premises may not reopen. And so we say that those three things operating to ensure that the premises won't open, also very, very substantially ensure that the premises cannot be open in contravention of the licensing objectives, because they address the key areas which have arisen. Looking more generally in relation to noise breakout, we accept that there have been problems with it in the past. However, we submit that we have ensured, whenever we've been aware of it, that we've taken action in respect of it. And as I say, we've done considerable works at considerable expense in the past. And the committee has, within the pack, documents relating to the latest contractor, Tibbetts Able, who they've already spent money with obtaining advice in relation to what to do about the information which they were given in the autumn of last year. Alongside those requirements that the premises not open at all until those things have been resolved, we've also implemented, by way of a condition, that there be a 2-month period of not opening past 1 a.m. in order of reduced hours to 1 a.m. in order to allow for a phased reopening, during which, under severely curtailed hours, the premises can demonstrate that its style of operation has resolved the problems. And as I say, the condition in relation to compliance reporting should go a long way to restore trust. So overall, we would say that the premises has had severe failings, but they've occurred against an exceptional backdrop of the pandemic and the change of style. The premises has responded to the police review by a recognition of the serious failings in the manner of its recent operation. The proposals which it has and are implementing are of a root and branch nature. And having a regard to the depth and breadth of those proposals, the subcommittee can be satisfied that the variation of the licence upon the proposed terms within the proposed conditions would be in accordance with the licensing objective. In respect of crime and disorder, key, change of style, no external promotions, new personnel, new security company. In respect of noise breakout, the premises has already instructed Tibbetts Able in relation to that. In the past, it's understood it's dealt with problems. It's dealing with the problem with the premises, with the basement behind, and the requirement that until the acoustic report and works have been carried out to the satisfaction of the council, will ensure that those problems simply cannot recur. In terms of compliance, the overarching issue, we've implemented the numerous changes in relation to structure, a return to Mr. Carley, the implementation of Mr. Watson, and taken all of those matters together, they will ensure that the committee can be assured that there will be compliance going forwards. I remind the committee that revocation is a measure of last resort. It's one which would only be appropriate where it's truly necessary for the promotion of the licensing objectives. But here, where there's a robust set of conditions which have been proposed, which are short of revocation, but are what's required in order to ensure that there's an effective response to promote the licensing objectives, there is no need and no necessity for revocation to follow. So that's what I want to say on behalf of the premises.
Thank you for your submission. We now get questions. I'm going to start with a question. You mentioned root and branch many times in your submission.
Yes.
I don't really understand why it's root and branch when so many family members are still going to be involved in the operation. So could you explain that?
They are the key in relation to the family members is this. Plainly, where one has a business and it's a family business, there may be a desire to keep it within the family. But what is happening is having the independence of the designated premises supervisor, Mr. Carley, the independence of Mr. Watson as a licensing consultant, and it's really the change of operation to remove Mr. Vittorio Di Bello as a condition from operational involvement, to put the alternate directors into the chain, and the implementation of those two outside experts and specialists, which I refer to by way of the root and branch changes.
Okay, thank you. And just following up on that, on some of the CCTV footage we saw, sorry, are you the son, Mr. Di Bello?
Yeah.
Right. Were you involved on one of those nights? Were you at the premises on one of those nights?
No, I was not involved on the night because I was not involved on the operation of that, because my role has always been the admin role in support of Flavia, as we always worked in the admin side. So I was not involved on that.
So you were not on the premises on any of those events which have been mentioned in the pack?
Yeah, exactly. I was not involved in the event because I said my role was the admin side, and
okay, but that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
I think just for clarity, my understanding is he has been on the premises on occasions, but not involved in any of the issues.
Yeah, exactly. Not involved. That's the point. Yeah, I've not been. I was on the premises, but I've not been involved on that situation because, as I said, my role is the admin, and I was working behind the till that is not linked in any way with that side of the operation of the premises.
Okay, so you have been on the premises when some of these concerned incidences have happened?
Yeah.
Right, thank you. And that brings me, I've got two more questions before I'm passing over to the rest of the committee. That brings me to Mr. Di Battio Senior, your father. We've seen the CCTV footage of you letting people in after hours, and just wondering why you did that.
Mr. Di Bello.
Yeah.
Probably in this occasion, on the 8th is the last night, I have to run in the venue because what for me is important to explain. Yes, for me it's too much stress in terms to continue to run in the venue of all the responsibility I have. In that night, not say the CCTV, but if you go to check all the CCTV, the 4 people come later. I bring in 2 o'clock, 12:15. These same people, see the CCTV for that, come with another group of 7 guys, and these 7 guys, and this 4 guys is 11 guy and 3 girl. Is in totally is 14 people. I reject because I speak is too much guy, because our table policy is don't take more of 6 guys per table. And because that promote event is a big birthday and all the people come in the same time, but because this table is too much guy and only 3 girl, I reject. After these people seem the 4 guys come later, I take out 12, 15. I don't bring in before. After this, the group of 11 guy and 4 girl return back 5-1, reduce. Is come back only 4 guys and 3 girl. Come 4 guy and 3 girl and 5-1, and say to the security outside, I say inside, please, I return back reduce. Is the bird of my cousin downstairs. Is come the group divide, is less, it's only 4 guy and 3 girl. And the security let me, I think, it's okay, I say okay, it's possible to come in. And this group arrived 5-1, near 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock to 20, or I remember 2 o'clock to 10, arrived these 4 guys. When I stay outside to check for the camera, I stay outside on the door. For the first instant, I say no to the guy to don't come in. In fact, I come back inside on the door, because when I stay outside, I speak, look, it's too late, it's not possible, I know is your cousin there. After I go inside and I say no to the client, because this is the difficult, is the reason why I want to close, because I take in terms of owner the relationship with the customer, and responsibility give me big problem. I try to helping the family and the business to arrive on the end of January on the 8th for close, because it's completely clear from my side on the 7th of December, when I try to my consulting to say have to close and to restart, because this situation, especially with COVID, is go too much. This guy outside the door, and this is what I explain, is not for excuse, because I have to say only sorry for that, because never imagine what happened after 3 o'clock. You imagine your mind what's happened outside, because that night I have in totally in the venue 95 people, is 16 girl and 30 guy. I never imagine it's come something happen after outside. This guy go to the security. When I come inside the door, he say, look, it's the same as my birthday today. And I have to stay with the car and attend my cousin have to left the venue. In fact, you check in the camera, the Mercedes green, this is the people. The people go outside the premises and start to go to left the venue, and have to stop again the car. These people, because I have many times I have a problem to have a noise outside, 1 o'clock, 1:30, to want to try to take all the people inside the venue, because I understand the stressing in terms of COVID. People come a little bit late, argument outside the door. It's my fault, but because the guy insists, when the security come to me, say, this guy, because he is to remain until closing outside the venue, because I have to pick up the cousin, because the cousin is downstairs. And in fact, check the camera, the cousin is with the jacket in the back of the car. He go inside for leave on the car. And this guy is my big mistake. But when the security...
Okay, we're slightly struggling following this, I'm afraid. My question was, I think I've gleaned your answer, that you acknowledge it was a big mistake, and you're justifying it by overall numbers in the club and, I don't know, other problems with COVID. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in terms of many times is the problem in terms of search and the people many times arrive. It's not justification, nothing. Arrive.
Sorry. So you're saying there's a problem with searching?
Yes.
The people that want to come in, can you just, so you find you have a problem in stopping people in searching them? What can you explain to the committee why?
No. I don't say that one. I say only the situation in connection of the 9, because the same for me is a shock what's going on, you know, after. I take all in terms of, I try to explain only my error, you know, is come because I try to...
No, sorry, can I stop you? The member just wants to know, I understand it was a shock to you on the night, the whole incident, they've taken that as read, but what they're asking you is why did you let people in after 1 o'clock when there's a condition on the licence that clearly you should not be allowing readmissions or any entry after 1? So can you just explain, because you were clearly there.
No, I think in the demand is for the 9. This is general demand. I respond answer in terms of the 9, in terms of the 8 when the 3 guys, no, I let me in after the time in terms of the 9 January. This is what I respond on the demand.
Okay, I think we understand, but I mean the main crux of my question is that...
It's in general.
You were there and you approved people coming in subject to your condition, and Mr. Yeo is now saying, don't worry, we're going to have loads of new conditions and we can trust that the conditions will all
Yes, no, it's only...
Mr. Yeo, do you want to jump in here, please?
It's only my mistake.
Yes, I mean, certainly on behalf of the premises, the position is this. We acknowledge that the conduct on the 9th was unacceptable. That's front and centre of our outline submissions. We accept that. It's quite important, of course, where there is a limited company, which is the premises licence holder, that we identify that that's a separate body. It's quite important that where one puts directors of a limited company, that they have independent obligations in order to run that company. And we acknowledge, we can quite see the line of thought which you've just referred to, which is, how can we trust you? How can we ever trust you again? To which the answer is through Mr. Watson and the condition in relation to compliance, through Mr. Carley and the return to that designated premises supervisor, and the change of structure, and in particular making it a condition that Mr. Vittorio De Bello is not involved operationally.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dicklin wants to come in here in a minute, but I just want to follow up with your mention of Mr. Carley, and I want to ask Mr. Carley a direct question. So if you were approached by people wanting to enter, and your boss was standing there and he pays your bills, he pays your wages, and you know you're going to be in breach of a condition on the licence, how would you deal with a situation like that?
That's something I've made very clear to Victoria. If I'm going back on the licence, we're going to adhere to the licence. So I made it very clear to him that 1 o'clock doors will be closing, and that's always the way I've been. When I was running the venue before, I've always kept it 1 o'clock, doors close. If you leave the venue, there's no re-entry. Sometimes an acceptance, if someone needs an asthma pump or something, security will walk them to the car and then bring them back to the venue. But that's the only sort of acceptance we'll do. But other than that, if you leave the premises after 1, there's no re-entry.
Thank you. Ms. Dicklin wants to come in here with...
Yes, just following on from what Mr. Yeo said. Mr. Watson, how frequently are you going to be at the premises?
Well, it will be as per the condition. So initially, it will be weekly audits for the first 8 weeks, and then monthly thereafter. Obviously, in order to set up all the policies and procedures and to carry out the training, that will involve quite a considerable amount of time working with the venue management and staff. But actually being there when it's trading, it will be as it's set out in the proposed condition 60.
clear. So are you going to be there at night monitoring, or are you going to be receiving reports? We're not quite clear.
What I will be doing is auditing the premises, so carrying out a statutory authority style inspection and then providing a report.
So does that mean you won't be at the premises?
I'm not going to be managing the premises, I'm not going to be working at the premises, but I will be going to the premises to audit it.
And will that be in the day?
No, it will be unannounced visits when they're trading at peak times.
And how many times a month do you think that will be?
Well, it will be weekly, so about 4 times a month.
And you're instructed on a contractual basis, are you?
Yes.
Is that for a year or?
It will be, my terms will be, it's on an ongoing basis. Obviously, in order for them to comply with that condition, it's going to be for at least 8 weeks, and then on a monthly basis. So
you could that arrangement could cease.
Yes, I mean, if they don't pay me, for example, it would cease. But I've been assured that they're quite happy with my terms.
Understood. We're just trying to clear. And just to be clear, Mr. Carley, you're the DPS, but you were the DPS at one stage before, so you could quite easily cease to be the DPS.
I can do, and I've made it clear that if people go against what we're trying to do there in terms of doing everything the right way, then I will take myself off the licence. But they've assured me that they want to do everything the right way, and that's how we're going to move forward. I trust the family. I've known the family since they've bought the club off Kiri, so I trust them, and I want to help them in what way I can.
Thank you. Fellow committee?
Chairman, yes, I'd like to look a bit at your sort of business going forward. You said there'll be conditioned to have no promoted events. We know what they are. And you will concentrate on the corporate market. So my first question is, will you solely be open when you have a corporate booking, or on other nights will people just be able to turn up and sorry, yes.
Yes, sorry. It's so it can be open to the public in the ordinary way, but it's the externally promoted events which we've identified and which the police have identified as the potential danger area, and so it's those which will be removed by a requirement of the licence, and then it's being open to the public with a focus on corporate events.
Right. I mean, is there not a risk that you get what purports to be a corporate event but turns out to be basically a private party and could lead to some of the problems that we've seen in this review?
Well, I think really probably not. What's happening is that there's a promoter whose job it is to go out and find corporate events. When one goes, so, for instance, I don't know, a bank or some other commercial company wants a night out for a particular team, then they will use the premises for that purpose. But generally speaking, it's very, very easy to verify that what you're dealing with is a commercial organisation like that on the other side. So I don't think there would be a difficulty with sort of a external event masquerading as a corporate event. And
what is the main source of sort of revenue for the nightclub? Is it from sale of drinks, or do people pay an entry fee? I don't really know.
It varies in relation to what the event is. Events, when they're corporate events, is a very lucrative area. So they're a good event, and that's why pre-pandemic it was such a successful operation in respect of that. In terms of entry on a nightly basis, I don't know what the proportion is between food, beverages and any entry on occasion.
In your submission on pages 41 and 42, you've listed drink and food menus. Is that what you are proposing to offer to customers in the future, or what you've been offering in the past?
Yeah, so there are the food menus which are in the pack, which are at, precisely, those are the documents, and so that is food which is being offered from the premises, and we'd say the reason we've put it in is because it's indicative of quite a high-end clientele, and it's quite a potentially profitable area is the food. As to the figures at the moment, I don't know them, but I doubt that'd be very representative because it's a sector which is recovering.
Oh, come on. Thank you.
Just before, I'm being reminded in response to Councillor Williams' question, there's invariably a process where there is a corporate booking of them coming in, having a look, tasting the food, being offered different menu options and the like, and so that gives an additional ability to vet, so to speak.
It will be clear from what was said by the residents that the premises have a real problem of trust with local people. Are there any plans to do anything to ease that and to make them trust you again?
It is something which I in particular have listened to very carefully because I've been shown documents by the premises in terms of text messaging and so on, in particular in relation to this basement flat at the back, where there's an ongoing dialogue where they'll say it's okay tonight, it's not okay, this is the problem, and the premises responding to that. We would, and going back in past events, would say that we do have an ongoing dialogue with residents. I note that that's at odds with some of the things which have been being said tonight. Of course, it's an area that needs constant attention from any premises, and it is something which needs to be looked at again, and you'll be familiar with the sort of residents' meetings where one can have an open house and invite people in, and that might be something that ought to happen within the suspended period, so that we make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to identify the particulars of their problems with the premises, and the premises has had an opportunity to take account of those in its operations when it does reopen.
If I can just add that I'm aware the borough has a standard model condition in terms of residents' associations meetings, and the premises wouldn't have any issue in terms of implementing that, in terms of the inviting and discussing and involving all the residents and not just the ones that have been in contact with us.
Thank you. At the risk of repetition, I feel I do have to go a little bit further into this root and branch comment. Looking at the operational structure on your recent submission, the only significant change really is Mr. Calley. You're asking us to put a huge amount of trust on Mr. Calley. You've still got Mr. Giuliani there, you've still got De Bello's wife, De Bello's son. So I keep going back to this, and also you're not even talking about changing the name even. So how are you going to get a different clientele if you're still planning on kind of working on your, I would say, pretty tarnished reputation?
I'd say two separate issues there. Firstly, in relation to the ownership, we would say that Mr. Gilani, in fact, has been someone who has been a good communicator in the past, and he's someone who repeatedly is in communications both with the authorities, with the police, and with residents. And so we'd say that he's actually an important person to have within the organisation as a consultant, or I should say without the organisation, as a consultant. It's right, it's quite important that one places considerable weight on Mr. Carley. As the designated premises supervisor, all the sales of alcohol and essentially all the acts in relation to the licence can be laid at his door. And therefore, that's why, when he began his question to you, he'd said, well, I've made it quite plain to Mr. Vittorio De Bello that I will have authority in relation to this, because he bears the risk to his role as a designated premises supervisor, and he bears the risk of the licensing punitive regime. So he is important. Equally, we recognise that Mr. Vittorio De Bello is tarnished by the events which you've seen, which is why we say that you can impose as a condition he not be involved in the operations. And you say that that's the only change, but you say the only change is Mr. Carley. Firstly, that's a significant change, but additionally, previously, in the whole of that middle column was in fact a large box with Mr. Vittorio De Bello in it, because not only was he the sole director and in effect the operations director, but also he was the DPS. And we think it's sort of licensing 101 not to do that, because you don't want the person whose interest in making a profit being the person who's making the decisions as to whether or not someone can be let in. So that was the first half. The second half, in terms of rebranding, there is mention in relation to the Tibbetts Able document there, that there's discussion there about rebranding. For my part, I wouldn't say that it is that the reputation in terms of what's attracting a local clientele has been damaged beyond repair in that way. What's happened is, in particular with these outside promoted events, to be clear, in relation to branding of outside events, they tend to have their own brand, whereby they're saying, come to see blah blah night at such and such a venue. And so the attraction to it has been people coming to that external event. But we are considering rebranding if it's necessary, and I suppose in discussion with both Mr. Watson and Tibbetts Able, we can consider that.
Okay, Mr. Titcombe wants to add something.
Yes, thank you. I can understand why you're saying that Mr. De Bello is taking a back seat. However, from a licensing perspective, legally, the licensing authority, if there are issues, they would pursue the premises license holder, and they may, as indeed the DPS. So the committee would be concerned if there would be the suggestion that the premises license holder could absolve themselves from any responsibility of running this premises properly, when if problems occurred in the future, they could just say, well, it was all down to the DPS, and we will therefore change the DPS. So legally, the licensing authority always look to the premises license holder, which is the company, to be responsible for the terms of the license.
Yes, I agree with that. Here, the premises license holder is Secura Limited, the corporate entity. It has responsibilities in respect of the license for that reason. The fact that one of the directors is Mr. Vittorio De Bello doesn't cut across that. He can be involved from a strategic point of view, but having no operational control over the premises, and that's really what we're saying. And i.e., he simply can't. We've seen the events on the CCTV, and he simply can't do that going forwards, because it wouldn't be so much, well, what's being said there, da da da. It would just be, well, there he is giving an operational direction. It's a breach of the license, so he simply can't do that.
I've just one more final question, because I know I'm sure other people have questions as well. I know you are trying to look forward and to reassure us that it's going to be different. I still have some real concerns, not just about the potential, gangs and criminality and issues by your clientele, which you have been warned about. In October, the licensing authority, the licensing officers warned you to change your clientele, and no action taken. And the intoxication, and obviously potentially the over-serving of alcohol to already drunk women in particular, as we've seen on the CCTV, and grave concerns about those issues. So what's going to happen in regarding staff training and aspects to look at those issues, please?
I think it may be best to pass over to Michael Watson in response to that, because he's got particular, you've seen within his bundle, particular expertise in relation to training and so on.
Have you had sight of the report that I submitted?
It has been circulated yesterday.
It's pack 19. It was the last material coming from the premises.
And are you convinced that this will be actually acted on? I mean, the evidence so far is so much, lots of lovely words and very little actual action. And as a committee, we're fully aware of the impact of COVID on businesses and the stop and start approach, and you've been shut on and off for 14 months. So we're really trying to listen to you here. But so far, I haven't really had anything that dramatically convinces me that it is going to be acted on. So if you could please try to work on that aspect.
Yes, I mean, I mentioned in the last sentence of my report that clearly there needs to be a commitment by the operator. It's all very well if I build a foundation of policies and procedures, we train the staff in them, and then we audit, we measure how effective they are. We have an ongoing process to identify any issues and then correct them. But clearly there has to be a commitment from the operator, and that has to be seen through. It's not a quick fix, it's going to be an ongoing challenge. I've been assured that that commitment is there. I trade as a consultant on my integrity. I can't work with people that don't have that commitment. I'm involved now, and I will continue to be involved while that commitment is there.
Thank you. So questions? Do you want to respond?
With
commitment.
Yeah, no, with regards to commitment, obviously all staff will be trained. That's something that I'll be overseeing. There was a few things when I was there helping out that I brought to Victoria's attention, which we decided once we closed the venue on the 9th, we're going to get all the staff in, potentially change a lot of staff to train them up and get the right calibre of staff in there. There's a lot of things, but things will change. Obviously, new staff will come in, staff that are competent and listen and do training, whether it be from bar staff to waitresses. It's everything's one. There's no iron team, as they say. Everyone's one team, and we've all got to work together to make it work. And this is what I've sat down with Victoria. We've gone through the whole thing, and things will be implemented in, and I'll be overseeing to make sure everything's done properly, because I'm not going to put my name down somewhere and risk it.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to police questions.
I have no police questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions from the licensing officers or noise and nuisance?
Thank you. I've got a few questions, if that's okay. First of all, in regards to Get Security, there was mention of 2 premises that you managed the door of, and I believe they're Rum Kitchen and the Lonsdale. These 2 premises no longer exist. They've both surrendered their licences, and both premises we had severe external management and dispersal issues with. Both were close to being called into review, and They since surrendered their licences. I think the Lonsdale licence was surrendered in January 2015 and Rum Kitchen was April 2019. So I'm just wondering if you've got any more recent examples of premises in the borough?
Hi. So yes, you are right. Both bars that we previously managed did have dispersal orders on, had issues with dispersal. We had a lot of complaints from neighbours and residents. Initially, when taking over the contracts, we had, I think, at the Lonsdale over 15 complaints from neighbours, which we reduced down to one, which was the one neighbour that was complaining. With Rum Kitchen, we did a consultancy for the security team there in order to help them deal with their dispersal issues a little bit better than what they were doing. We would have regular monthly meetings with Keith Mahaffey in regards to how we would implement this. We would have regular meetings with neighbours to discuss how this would happen. So although the dispersal order, although there was an issue with the licence or the people leaving the venues, as a company, when we did take over those doors, we did make massive changes in regards to how the people left. Especially with the Lonsdale, over 200 people leaving onto a very residential road, we would disperse all of that within the half an hour, and we would make sure our security would be from one end of the road to the totally other end of the road, make sure that the whole of Lonsdale Road was cleared. In regards to recent doors, we manage and run the distillery and Trailer Happiness. The distillery is renowned for having a build-up of troublesome people outside that have no interest in actually partaking in the venues, but what we do is we make sure that all the area around our bars are cleared, to the side of the road, to the front of the building. We've been doing that now for over a year now, and that's, well, since COVID release has happened, we've been a very full-on force in that regard, making sure that everyone is moving on, no one hangs around outside the venues, noise is kept down. This is an extremely hard thing, as I'm sure the police will contest. It's where we've had to, there's been police vans placed outside with CCTV to try and monitor this. We've had the police trying to come along, moving people off Portobello Road, but the only main thing that seems to be working is us engaging with the people on the streets and talking to them and asking them and engaging with them. Speaking to them in a way that they understand that and not in an aggressive manner, but in a polite manner. Just, letting businesses run businesses and let us, do our jobs, and please continue to do with your behaviour elsewhere. And that seems to work well for us, especially with Talbot Road and Distillery.
Okay, thank you. And are there any premises with late hours?
So the distillery's licence is until 2 o'clock. Trailer Happiness is until 1:30. So pretty much the whole of Portobello Road is empty apart from the electric. And I think that's the only other, UK as well, which is open, but the distillery is one of the latest on the road. It's the last open. We have good engagement with all the neighbours on that road. We have a good engagement with any authorities that come along. We're an open book in that regard, and we've had really good results in that. It's especially with the distillery.
Okay, thank you for that. Further questions I've got for the directors of the company, the new directors. I'll note in the submission from the operators on page 25, Mrs. DeBello, the wife of Victoria DeBello, has stated that she's not been involved in any breaches of the rules and is meticulous in following the rules, but I just would like to know if she was on the premises on any of these occasions. There have been a number of occasions when I've seen people entering the premises after 1 a.m, so I'd like to know if she was on the premises at those times and seen a number of people coming into the premises, so you would see from the basement coming down into the stairs.
Is my intention change completely the situation and guarantee if you is very important follow whole regulation, including the problem about the people come after 1 o'clock, because in this case I will make mistake again. I don't want this. I want complete respect to the rule. If the people insist or intimidate for that, I have the support. I want to receive the support from my security, my DPS for solve any problem. I want make collaboration. I will cooperate with all staff, all my professional people support me in this moment, because it's my interest change everything and make support to my family, to my business, to the neighbor. I don't want in the future have the same problem again. The first hall, when book the event or the party for the client, for me is very important to make the good selection from the client, because I want to change my image, my face, everything for we have in the future the good reputation in this location in the street, because I know this is the good contest. I have the good people nearby. I'm brother. I want to have care of my family, but at the same time have the care of the community live nearby.
To answer the question, she was, but she, again, like
Sorry,
I said, she was
put your mic, sorry.
sorry, to answer your question, sorry,
You know me.
I was in the venue,
You know me.
I was in the venue,
Yes.
but again, with her son, she was back of house doing admin, so she wasn't aware of what was going on operationally upstairs.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, as I was saying, Flavia was inside the venue, but like her son, they were back of house doing admin work, so they weren't aware of what was going on operationally upstairs and downstairs. They're just controlling the back of house.
Okay, thank you. Also to the new directors, just in regards to these corporate events that you're hoping to now have at the premises, we've seen that there has been a shift in regards to post-COVID. We're still in the recovery process of COVID, and we are finding that operators are still having issues with finding corporate events. Just wondering what the operation will do if corporate events can't be found over the next few months.
I mean, certainly, I think more widely our experience is that there are at the very least green shoots, and actually they're becoming really quite large saplings quite quickly in terms of that particular market. Larger events seem to be coming back quite quickly. And so the premises has got really the three sources of revenue. Firstly, the just ordinary public nights. A, beverages, B, food in relation to that. And in addition, sort of the corporate market is coming back. That's our understanding.
Okay, thank you. And also in regards to a couple of conditions on the licence, I've just been querying whilst going through this review process how conditions were being enforced and how they will continue to be enforced. Namely, if you look in the main bundle on page 27, condition 42 and 43 in regards to, first of all, a chauffeur service, a free chauffeur service for your customers, and also the free overnight parking. I'm just wondering where that facility will be, if the operators can let us know.
Hi, sorry. This was conditions that we had when it was running as Ruskies. We used to have a contract with NCP Car Park. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? We used to have a deal with NCP Car Park opposite where the Royal Garden Hotel is. And they used to sell it as part of the cars there, and we used to pay a smaller fee. So it's something that we're going to look to do again. Speak to NCP, see if we can build up a relationship and get, so we can put cars down there. With regards to the chauffeuring, it was always, we had a chauffeur when it was Ruskies, and the later stages it was either myself when I was there, and I used to chauffeur them. If they were within 1 mile radius, I used to drop them off home.
Uh, 44, yes, because I think 42 is a similar one.
Yeah.
It's just so you haven't got the overnight parking secured.
The overnight parking was in NCP, so we can still park the cars down there, it's not a problem. But will just cost us more. We had a deal with the NCP before, and we've had it for several years, but since I've left, I don't think they renewed with them, so to speak. But you can still use the car park.
Right. I think we're going to go through conditions in depth after we've asked all the questions, because they're very lengthy conditions if the committee were minded not to revoke the licence. Any more questions apart from the condition questions?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noise and nuisance?
Yeah, it's just a very quick one. It's possibly for both the premises and Heidi that these conditions that have been proposed and agreed in relation to the noise, they do need an amendment because we don't actually have a director for environmental health anymore. It's a different title, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but that would need to be changed. And the other thing is...
Sorry, which condition was that you're referring to?
62 or 62, 63.
Yeah, I've got them as a different one here. Yeah, I think
Sorry,
it's the 62 onwards, I believe.
So what are you suggesting it should be?
It is whatever Mehmet's job title is now, which I don't know off the top of my head, but it's not Director for Environmental Health.
But no doubt you can find that out.
Yeah, it just would need changing.
Yeah, it's the Director for Transport and Regulatory Services.
And then just one for the premises. It says in page 65 of under 1, it's an email between Tibbet and Lana, I believe. Just says, we'll also include the acoustic works to the rear which have been recommended and specified by a qualified acoustic engineer. Has that been done, that specification already, or is that a prospective? That's prospective. Okay. Would you consider then, I know we're trying to keep away from conditions, but on that condition in relation to that, put in that acoustic consultant would be a member of the Institute of Acoustics and Associated Noise Consultant? I thought so. Yes. Sorry, I was facing the other way.
Which condition?
It would be...
The acoustic, that one. 65.
65, an acoustic report from an independently suitably qualified acoustician, and just to add in there, we can sort the wording after if you want, but...
Shall I say that again?
It would be to say independent, suitably qualified acoustician who shall be a member of the Institute of Acoustics and Association of Noise Consultants, because then we know they're a bit more traceable and things like that.
I think you're going to have to email me with that amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But as long as if, obviously, they're happy with that, then that was the main thing. But no other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those questions. And now we move to the residents' questions. This is your chance to question the licence premises holder, please. Questions, please, not statements. Thank you. Microphone.
Need it, thank you. The searching of people going in, the entrance is so small, I don't see how that can be carried out without interrupting the public and things like that. It's a very small area, your steps going down. My next question is about Mr. Syed Ghaliani, who vanished when no one could leave the country and appeared in Poland. And apparently he's probably still there. I really don't understand his role in being appointed a director when he has mysterious back drop to him. So I've got that to worry about. Another question, if you could give me an answer, is I'm not sure who wrote the fourth bundle in red at the back, and it states about soundproofing the basement floor, because to me it means that they really do not understand the problem of the noise pollution that the people at the back of Jacko suffer from. I've heard Mr. Yeo talk about the bedroom. Well, that was my bedroom, and I owned the whole property in 1979. And my flat now is just yards above that bedroom. from my point of view, I feel that your licence, the licence of the property, has been contravened almost every time you've operated since the beginning, because although it may not be a statutory noise nuisance, we're not supposed to have vibrations and noise other. And really those things haven't been addressed. So I've got a problem with how you will search people and keep them under control entering your property. We've talked about leaving it, but entering it's such a small entrance. And then I'm concerned about the background of Mr. Saeed Ghaliani. And then I'm concerned that whoever's proposed the sound reduction things really understands the problem. It's a very severe problem.
Thank you. So we've got those three questions, if you could hold those in your mind. We're just going to ask the residents for other questions before we come back to those 3 points, please.
Thank you. Oh, yes. So.
May I just ask, the people who said that they were in-house but behind the scenes or in an admin office, how can we believe that next time they will be aware of what's going on? They can't just say, I was there but I didn't know what was going on.
I think that goes back to the question I was trying to get to, trust. I think we've probably exhausted all aspects of that, but I can understand and note that you still have concerns about that.
It was just the same as what you've just said. It is a real matter of trust, and I'd be very interested to hear from Mr. DeBello, as opposed to your solicitor, as to what you want to say to the residents on that matter of trust.
Okay, any other questions? So those three questions plus the question of trust. Apologies for standing up. I just can't sit down any longer. Sorry.
I'll ask Get Security to come back in respect of the practicalities of searching in a moment. As to the question in relation to Mr. Saeed Ghaliani, the circumstances in which he's found himself in Poland are set out in full at page 76 of the bundle. And so they're slightly, well, the committee can consider what is said there. In relation to the origins of the conditions relating to the basement, our understanding is that they originated with the conditions which came from the environmental health team at page 50 of the bundle. Our understanding of the person who's in the basement is that it is page 136 of the bundle, who is the current resident of that premises, and it's certainly with him that the premises have been in regular WhatsApp contact since he raised it in September. I'll ask Get Security to deal with the practicalities of searching.
What we've proposed within the package which we've put forward to Jacko is that we'll have a maximum of 2 people within the reception area being searched by a male and female. We'll also put forward that we would like to have like body cameras in there as well, just to kind of like ensure people's safety. We'll have another additional 3 members of staff outside controlling the numbers in the queue. So in the table side, for instance, we'll have like a maximum of 5 people, and in the general admission side, we'll have a maximum of 10 people come in, but it will be limited to 2 people within the reception area at a time.
So my understanding of that is then how many people on the street in the queue?
We're going to try and limit to 15 people, 15 clients outside. That's what we're going to try and do.
And in your experience, is that feasible? I mean, how do you turn people away? I mean, loads of places have queues, even like tea rooms, Elan or the Bluebird Cafe have queues. So I understand that is you know, part and parcel, and increasingly part and parcel. But the issue is when you have queues late at night, that is not at all desirable.
The key element to this is communication. So the more that we communicate with clientele and let them know that their options are limited, then this normally helps with a change. People's drinking time is valuable to them as much as it is us trying to maintain the queue. So what we try and do is make sure that we communicate with all clientele coming towards the queue that if you are going to queue, that for instance at 10 to 1 or quarter to 1, the queue will be closed, meaning that bang on the dot at 1 o'clock there is no one actually waiting outside. If we apply more security outside, so we have one person at the end of the queue, one person at the front of the queue, and then you have another person at another security on the other end of the queue, then that basically helps us to make sure noise is kept down, make sure that the queue's not overbuilding, and it also helps us to move people on that don't need to be loitering outside.
Okay, thank you for those. I think that covers all the questions now.
There was the question in relation to trust, but it may be that we've dealt with that at some considerable length in the course of the submissions. Essentially, going forwards, trust arises out of the change of the structure, coupled with the external supervision of it in the form of Mr. Watson and the
My question
weekly and
was to
monthly
Mr.
report.
De Bello, not to yourself. Could Mr. De Bello answer it as
I'm
the
just going
owner?
to jump in here. Sorry, I hear what you're saying. I just that we found it very hard to understand what Mr. De Bello was saying in the first place. So I'm not sure if we're going to achieve much more information. I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. So I suppose I'd like to almost turn it on its head and ask residents, what would you like to see so you can feel there is significant trust or change, or if the committee were minded to not revoke the licence, this is. I mean, what would signify for you a proper outcome?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Vittorio has been made the scapegoat and that everybody else is just going to carry on as usual. You know, that's what it looks like.
And so how would you like it to look different?
Well, the whole thing has to be revoked. I mean, they're obviously incapable of running a business like that. I mean, many of us here have run our own business. You have to abide by the rules.
Yes, I mean, we've got Percy's across the way, which used to be Mahiki's, and I'm a patron of the Company of Entrepreneurs, so I'm all for revenue and businesses and them being, you know, making their money and you know, establish themselves into a fantastic business. But unfortunately at Jayco's, it's just not been like that. With any other nightclubs in the area, as I say, with Percy's, Mahiki, we've never had an issue. You know, the timings are correct, the professionalism is there, the trust is there from us as residents, because we've never had the issue. But with this particular establishment, it's just over and over again. So it's very difficult for us to say what we want to see, except for the fact that we want their licence revoked.
Thank you, understood. Thank you. I think Ms. Titcombe has something to add. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Yeo, I think you mentioned when, or someone in the team mentioned when Mr. De Bello undertook his DPS course. Can you remind me when that was taken?
It was in January of this year, I think,
January
the
20.
latest part of it.
Thank
yes.
you.
It was the 5th of January.
Thank you.
5th of
And
January.
could you just turn to page 28 of your additional bundle, which is your menus. And I wonder if you'd just clarify something for me. Could you just clarify what the capacity of the premises is?
Yeah.
So the capacity is 217.
217.
And that's including staff members. So
But,
we usually cap it at 180.
On this menu, it says it's 110 seated and 220 standing. Is that incorrect?
Unless they've had another review of it since I've left, it was 217.
Okay,
so
thank
there's
you.
potentially a second review done.
Thank you, that's helpful. Could you also clarify, it's referring to the operating hours of this premises as being from 10 o'clock in the morning, Monday to Sunday until 3:30 a.m. But you don't have a licence from 10 o'clock in the morning. Your licence starts at 12 noon.
Yeah, it's not trading from, it's selling alcohol from 12.
But it's referring to the sale of alcohol and food in both these 3 pages.
So,
It refers to from the food and drink. in both of them it's referring to food and drink.
Which page is it?
This is page 28. So if you look in the first paragraph, you're referring to, on the very the last line of the first paragraph, from the food and drink to the ambience of the music and
there's no restriction.
Dancing. So that's indicating that those hours are for food and drink.
I think there's no restriction on the premises being open. There's no restriction on selling food, apart from when you get to late night refreshment time. So I don't think there's any problem about people coming in at 10 a.m. There can't be any sale of alcohol prior to noon.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
So we have 20 minutes.
We've now reached the point of hearing all submissions and asking questions to each party. So now we're at the stage where Ms. Titcombe is going to go through some of the conditions which could take quite a lot of time. So we're going to see how quickly we can do them.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, there's been quite a lot of versions of conditions, and it's always the case that in this sort of case, various parties ask for various conditions. So I think you've all had circulated a document, which is a coloured document with the red writing. So if we refer
Heidi.
to that document, I
Heidi.
haven't been able...
Hi, sorry, Heidi. I've just got extra copies if anybody didn't take one from the back or would like them, so I can
Okay.
come round if anybody wants one.
And can I just remind all parties that these conditions are only of the committee, we're not going to revoke, and it's just a formality to do it because we have to do it with all parties in the room.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, this was prepared before we'd received the further copy of the conditions that were sent from the applicants yesterday afternoon. So if we can work on this document and you'll tell me if there's any changes, okay? Because we haven't been able to compare the two documents. So it actually starts in the red writing, a few pages in. 1, 2, 3. So it's on the 4th page. Condition 8.
So we're on this one.
Ma'am, Mr. Watson needs to leave. I've said that he can go unless there are any questions that anyone has for him before he leaves.
We have no questions, Mr. Watson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Rook, have you got the right document? Anne, could you just help Ms. Rook? Sorry.
I'm using the one marked Heidi.
Yes, yes.
So we're on this document here, landscape document. We're on about page 4 of it. So Ms. Titcombe's going to just run through these properly with Ms. Strick.
Yeah, so as the Chair has said, this is not in any way prejudging what the committee may or may not do, but it's important that we discuss all the conditions in this open forum. So there's been the suggestion that condition 8 and 9 is deleted. 10 will continue to be on the licence. Substantial food will be on the licence. And condition 12 will be removed because a new condition has been incorporated a bit further down. Condition 13 will be removed because this duplicates another condition. So we're moving quite speedily on. In terms of condition 14, there's a suggestion that shall retain. The ID scanner, I think it's environmental health or the police asked for the different wording of this ID scanner. Do the applicants have any comments on that?
No, that's agreed. I think it was the licensing authority that requested the alternate, and that's fine.
Thank you. 16 is the same. 17 is about the incident log, and the local licensing authority has asked different wording in red. Is that agreed? Thank you. Number 18, there's a suggestion that the last line should be added. Are the applicants agreeable with that proposal? That was our proposal. Yep. Okay. The next one is 19, where there's a simple addition of the word external induction. So there's no problems with that. 20 is fine. 21, these are all existing conditions on the licence. In terms of 22, the applicants are suggesting that this is altered so the minimum of one personal licence holder shall be on duty from 2,300 hours until the last patron has left the premises. However, the licensing authority are suggesting that this condition should be altered so that the words in brackets are included in the condition and you delete everything from 2,200 hours until the last person has left the premises. Do you want me to read that for you? No, I understand. You understand that? Good, thank you. So I'm going to delete, just to be clear, the second bracket, the from at least 23 to 2,100 hours, so that there'll always be one minimum personal licence holder on the premises. Okay? In terms of SIA number 23, there's no change to 24 or 25. The next condition, they want to delete 26 and 27 because they are covered elsewhere. There's a requirement that the applicants have suggested that there'll be a condition there shall be no external promotions held at the premises, whereas the licensing authority wanted there shall be no promoted events at the premises at any time. Have you changed your requirement there?
No, sorry, I just wanted to go back to 25 about the CCTV condition. I think it says here LA wanted to replace and it was supposed to be inserted there and it hasn't been, unless I'm missing something.
That is agreed. It's your new model condition on CCTV.
Yes, it's in the papers.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Thank you, sorry.
Yes. And then going back to that promoted events, Ms Wigan, do you still want there shall be no promoted events at the premises at any time, or are you happy with the premises licence holders wording?
I would still say for no promoted events at the premises.
Did you have any comment, Mr Young?
I suspect that we all are seeking the same thing there. What we accept that there shouldn't be, and I think was the heart of the police's submissions, was that there shouldn't be an external promoter promoting an event. What we're mindful that the condition doesn't prohibit is our internal premises person promoting events taking place at the premises, i.e. so that the premises can say, hey, we're open for, Valentine's night or whatever. And so whatever the condition is, as long as it doesn't prohibit that, that's why we thought external was a key word there.
Yes, I understand the point. So the licensing authority condition would catch that. Did you have any comment?
No, it's just that obviously the issues have stemmed from promoted events. We wouldn't assume that a premises making their own booking within a premises for a corporate event wouldn't be a promoted event, it would be a booking within the premises.
Then it's up to the committee to decide what they're proposing to do. 28 is the same, 29 is the same, 30 is the same, 31, no change, 32, the licensing authority want a welfare officer at all times, as opposed from midnight. Is that agreeable to the... Agreeable. Yeah. Okay, so that amendment is agreed. Then we go on to 33, 34, 35 and 36. There's no change. And then the premises licence holder has suggested a change to number 37, where they're saying a minimum of 4 door supervisors shall be on duty at the premises from 1 o'clock until the premises closes to the public. But I've suggested that it should be midnight. Are you happy with that? And I've also suggested that we delete the reference to closes to the public, because of course under your licence you've got private regulated events, so that's why it's inappropriate to have that wording. Yep, thank you. Okay, no change to 38. 39, the problem with 39 is there's a reference in A to a hatched area, but the current plans do not contain a hatched area.
So we resubmit the plan?
No, I can't do that. So that means technically table meals have to be served by waiter and waitress services. Can you help us with that from the premises licence holders team? It's an issue I'm raising because we've recognised that the plan is incorrect. I don't know, Sharon, did you want to make any comment?
It looks as though the hatched area seems to have been removed sometime back in probably around 2013. The condition as it currently is worded makes no sense. I mean, prior to 2013, the condition was that alcohol shall only be sold by waitress service to customers seated at tables throughout the licensed area, full stop, that was it. The additional bits were added on later, but since the plans have been updated, it certainly as regards the hatched area, it makes no sense.
So at the moment, unfortunately, it's not legally permissible to submit a revised plan at this stage. I mean, one alternative would be to leave it on as it is, and then it would be up to the premises licence holder to make an application for a minor variation to change it.
Yes, at the moment, because there is no hatching on the plans, effectively alcohol throughout the whole area has to be to customers seated at tables by waiter-waitress service, other than when they're having the private events where they can have a maximum of 150 people standing.
So just for you to be aware, that is a condition that will be enforced unless that condition is changed. Thank you very much. 40 is fine, 41 is fine, no change to 42 or 43. The applicants have asked for 44 to be removed. And we've heard what Ms McGahn has said about the chauffeur. 45 and 46, no change. No change right up to 50, where there's a just slight change.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you are agreeing condition 37 that there should be at least 4 SIA registered door supervisors, then condition 49 becomes obsolete, doesn't it?
Condition 49.
49 and 37. If you look at 37,
Yeah, understood.
where Ms Titcombe has suggested wording there, which duplicates in its entirety condition 49, except 37 refers to 4 door supervisors and 49 talks about 3 door supervisor.
Yes, that's if the committee make that amendment to midnight.
Okay.
Although, let me just check 49.
We could amalgamate those two conditions so we get the encouraged residents to leave quietly, but I believe we've got a dispersal plan condition coming up anyway, haven't we?
Okay, you can look at that. Number 50, there's no effective change to that condition. So I know that the premises licence holder did suggest replacing it with 67, but you're actually just tweaking a few words as I've indicated in red, so I'll just leave that as that. 51 is to come out because it's duplicated. No change to 52, 53, 54. No change to 55, 56.
Can I just jump in here about that smoking area? Designating smoking area, limit the numbers of smokers, or actually, I mean, the hours are limited, I believe, somewhere, aren't they?
Sorry?
The hours in the smoking area are limited, but what about the number of people in the smoking area?
Well, there's no limit on numbers at the moment.
Add that in.
If the committee wanted to add a limit on smoking numbers, what would be your suggestion?
Apparently it used to be 10 when it was outside the front. Now it's down in that lowered area, the garden area.
So it's in the garden area?
So I'd have thought 10.
Thank you.
I think when they talk about the garden area, they mean the kind of the stairwell on the
3 security officers at the door. It's a very small area.
Yeah, understood that. And the smoke, yeah. Can you not refer it to the garden? I think it's not really a garden. So in terms of numbers, it used to be 10, but not in that area, when it was in a different area.
It used to be out on Kensington High Street when there was a limit of 10. It's now down in the basement, that area that we've referred to. And so I'd have thought 10 could be an appropriate number.
I've made a note of that, thank you. In terms of 57, there may be some duplication with 17, so the committee will look at that. 58, this has been a condition that's been suggested by the premises licence holder, that Mr De Bello will not give any instructions as to the day-to-day operations of the premises. However, this is I can understand why you're suggesting it, but it's an issue because the committee would not want to absolve any of the directors from responsibility of the company. So this is a condition that the members will consider if they want to attach. I don't know whether if the police or anyone else had any comments about that, number 58. Mr. Rankin.
I have to say I rather agree with that, and reading the wording of 64 it makes more comprehensive sense. The reality is that Mr. De Bello is going to be involved in some form with these premises, and I can understand why Ms. Titcombe would want him to fixed with responsibility.
And then the premises licence holder has asked the committee to consider 60, which they will do. Did any other responsible authority have any comments about number 60?
Or just to say, like I did in my submission, it's not a condition we've previously seen on premises licences. It's not something we expect of our operators to need an external person to check conditions that are upon their premises licence.
So are you saying it's not something you'd want? Or you're not going that far?
It's not something we'd want, and it's not something we would expect.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I just clarify? I understand it was not something you'd want to put the onus on the police or the onus on the environmental health officers. I completely understand that. It's not your job to babysit an operator. But if they were willing to have an external consultant look at, do what Mr. Watson was saying.
Yes, no, even that, I think an operator shouldn't need to have an external consultant to help them with the premises licence conditions. I feel they should be able to adhere to their conditions and not have someone double-checking that they are.
Mr. Yeo, did you want to comment?
Well, I suppose what I'd say is that this is certainly something which has been on many licences, perhaps not in this borough, but it certainly has been on a number of licences. It's really Mr. Watson's business is really to do reports of this nature. We're certainly content for it to be a condition on the licence. It doesn't put any onus upon the authorities, and really what it does is it releases them from the concern that they have to spend considerable time on the premises, because Mr. Watson will have put it into a discernible format.
Well, there might be some onus on the police if you're asking, if you're going to send it to them weekly.
Well,
it may be that the police may just, you may supply it if they request it.
Yes, we could do that.
Mr. Rankin, did you have any comment on that?
Yes, I have certainly seen this imposed as a condition in other boroughs, and if the onus is on Mr. Watson to compile these reports and serve them on the police, it may be a tool which assists the police in reviewing an honest report.
Okay, so you're happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. And then we've got a dispersal policy. There's no change. There's big issues that the committee will have to decide, 62 and 63. And then Mr. Richardson's, these are Mr. Richardson's conditions, 64, 65, 66. So we've discussed those. So I don't think we have any further comment on those. Miss McGahn has suggested that the following conditions may need to be suspended if the committee reduces the hours, and she suggested 28, 29, 37, 46, 48 and 49, simply because they would only kick in after a certain time. Any other comments?
No, that's correct. Obviously, if the hours were reduced to midnight, these conditions all start from midnight, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So it would be, it would be to remove those conditions.
Just an addition, the premises licence have offered the liaison meeting as well during the hearing. Ms. Tricker, was there any other that I had missed out from your latest list?
No, it was my latest list just incorporated
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tickham. That was incredibly speedy. I thought that would take a lot longer with those conditions. Appreciate your efficiency on that. And this brings this hearing to a close. The committee is now going to close session to make our decision. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that decision definitely will not be announced today, and it will come within 5 days?
No, it will come tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow before 4:30, actually. Sorry, that is that's what we are doing. And then the full reasoned decision will follow. And as I explained at the beginning, it's a twofold decision. We have to look at what we're doing with the interim steps, as well as what we're doing with the review today. So that will be very clear, and that will be decided on, and you'll all know by tomorrow. So thank you all for your time. This hearing is now closed. Thank you.